In the middle of the Pacific, a war broke out that would burn the skies and drown the seas in fire and blood. A war unlike any before unfolded, fueled by ambition, ideology, and the relentless machinery of empire. It began with a flash of fire at Pearl Harbor, December 7, 1941, when Japanese planes descended like hawks upon the sleeping American fleet, igniting a conflict that would engulf oceans, islands, and millions of lives. From the coral reefs of the Philippines to the jungles of Guadalcanal, from the volcanic peaks of Iwo Jima to the bloodied beaches of Okinawa, the Pacific became a theater of unprecedented scale, where air, sea, and land battles intersected in a deadly symphony of strategy and survival. Entire navies clashed, cities burned, and soldiers, sailors, and civilians alike were caught in the storm, their fates dictated by both chance and the cold logic of war. The vast distances, tropical heat, disease, and treacherous terrain added a merciless layer to combat, testing courage and endurance beyond imagination. Here, island by island, base by base, both Allied and Japanese forces committed themselves to campaigns that would shape the outcome of the war and the future of the world. From the firebombing of cities to daring amphibious assaults, from carrier battles that decided empires to covert intelligence operations in enemy-held jungles, the Pacific War was a crucible of innovation, heroism, and tragedy. And amid the chaos, human stories of sacrifice, resilience, and horror emerged, etching the memory of this conflict into the collective consciousness of generations. This is the entire story of the Pacific War, its rise, its battles, its turning points, and its ultimate conclusion. So close your eyes, settle in, and let the relentless waves of history carry you across the islands, the skies, and the oceans as this epic narrative unfolds. Before we begin, share in the comments where you are tuning in from and what time it is, because across continents, generations, and time zones, we bear witness to this story together. The story of the Pacific War begins long before the first shots were fired, or battleships clashed in the blue expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Imperial Japan's rise from a secluded archipelago to a global military power was a transformation driven by ambition, necessity, and the belief that survival demanded conquest. In the late 19th century, after the Meiji Restoration, Japan industrialized at a breakneck pace, building modern shipyards, arsenals, and steel factories that could rival Western powers. Yet, this rapid expansion came with a thirst for raw materials, oil, iron ore, rubber, that the mountainous and resource-poor islands could not supply. Japan's leaders concluded that their future depended on securing territory rich in resources, particularly in China, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific Islands. The expansionist doctrine of Hakko Ichiu, the idea that Japan had a divine right to unify and lead Asia, became an ideological justification for imperial ambitions. Militarists gained influence within the government, advocating for war rather than diplomacy, convinced that strength and swift action would ensure Japan's dominance. Meanwhile, the Western colonial powers, Britain, France, and the Netherlands, maintained sprawling empires in Asia, treating the region as a prize to be exploited rather than shared. Japan viewed these empires as both a threat and an obstacle to its destiny, fueling resentment and urgency within Tokyo's corridors of power. By the early 20th century, Japan had already tested its military prowess. The victory against Russia in the Russo-Japanese War of 1904 to 1905 shocked the world, proving that an Asian power could defeat a European empire. This triumph emboldened Japanese strategists, but it also underscored the fragile balance of international diplomacy. Japan secured influence over Korea, southern Manchuria, and Taiwan, but further expansion was hindered by Western skepticism and restrictive treaties, such as the Washington Naval Treaty of 1922, which limited Japan's naval strength in comparison to the United States and Britain. These limitations stoked nationalist fervor, especially as Japan's growing population strained domestic resources. The Great Depression further crippled the global economy, but Japan's industrial growth continued, deepening its dependence on imported fuel and food supplies. The invasion of Manchuria in 1931 marked a turning point. Japan's military acted without civilian oversight, setting the precedent for aggressive campaigns without regard for international law. Over the next decade, Japan intensified its occupation of parts of China, culminating in the Second Sino-Japanese War in 1937, where atrocities like the Nanjing Massacre shocked the world and further strained diplomatic relations. Japan's military elite believed that if concessions were made, Western powers would only seek to contain them further, encouraging them to double down on their expansionist policies. The clash of ideologies sharpened the divisions between Japan and the West. Where Western nations spoke of democracy and open trade, Japan framed itself as the protector of Asia from Western imperialism. Propaganda flooded Japanese schools, newspapers, and cinema, glorifying sacrifice, loyalty, and the emperor's divine mission. The doctrine of Bushido, the way of the warrior, was resurrected to teach generations that dying in battle was the highest form of honor. This cultural transformation turned military service into a sacred duty, while dissenting voices were silenced or marginalized. At the same time, Japan's political leaders embraced state-controlled capitalism, focusing on military-industrial development to secure national security. The Emperor Hirohito, though largely a symbolic figurehead, became the spiritual center of the militarists' fervor, his portrait displayed in schools and barracks alike. The West's imposition of sanctions, particularly in response to Japan's occupation of China and further acts of aggression, reinforced Japanese fears of economic strangulation. Oil and steel restrictions by the United States in 1940 and 1941, coupled with the freezing of Japanese assets, only intensified the narrative that Japan must act before it was too late. The groundwork was laid for a war that would engulf the Pacific and reshape the global order. As Japan sought to secure its empire, the quest for Lebensraum, or living space, mirrored that of other authoritarian regimes of the era. Japan's leaders envisioned a self-sufficient Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere, stretching from the northern islands of Hokkaido to the vast territories of Southeast Asia and the South Pacific. This expansionist dream was couched in rhetoric of liberation, but in reality it aimed to dominate, extract resources, and erase local cultures that resisted assimilation. In practice, Japanese occupation brought harsh military rule, forced labor, and systemic exploitation. Resistance movements sprang up in conquered territories, further fueling Japan's paranoia and brutal reprisals. The clash between imperial ambitions and the sovereignty of neighboring peoples deepened hostilities, drawing sharp lines between occupiers and the oppressed. Meanwhile, the Western powers, especially Britain and the Netherlands, refused to yield control over strategic assets like rubber plantations and oil fields, raising the stakes for confrontation. Japan's military commanders argued that only by securing resource-rich territories by force could they prevent starvation and economic collapse. Thus, ideology, necessity, and fear combined to create a volatile mix that made war seem inevitable. The Western world, for its part, misjudged Japan's resolve and underestimated the scale of the challenge it posed. Diplomats in Washington and London often saw Japan's actions as regional disputes rather than existential threats. Economic sanctions were applied in hopes of curbing aggression without provoking outright war, but Japan's leadership interpreted them as an attempt to strangle its growth. Moreover, The racial prejudices embedded within Western societies painted Japan's ambitions as reckless, irrational, or inherently inferior, blinding policymakers to the strategic calculations driving Tokyo's decisions. Japan, aware of this condescension, hardened its stance, believing that negotiation would only embolden adversaries. As military spending surged, infrastructure projects accelerated, and alliances deepened between Japan, Germany, and Italy under the Tripartite Pact, the world moved closer to confrontation. Meanwhile, intelligence networks struggled to keep pace with Japan's clandestine buildup, and early warnings were dismissed as alarmist or impractical. The cultural and political gap between East and West widened with each passing month, a gulf too vast to bridge through diplomacy alone. Thus, as the Pacific edged toward war, the world stood on the brink of a catastrophe few fully comprehended. Japan's leadership, convinced that war would be swift and decisive, planned meticulously for a campaign designed to cripple Western naval power before it could respond. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, a strategist deeply aware of the risks, crafted a daring plan centered on striking the U.S. Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor. He understood that defeating America's industrial strength outright would be impossible, but crippling its fleet would buy Japan the time needed to fortify its gains. Detailed intelligence on harbor defenses, fleet positions, and airfields was gathered over months, while diplomatic overtures continued in parallel to maintain the appearance of peaceful intent. Within Japan's military hierarchy, there was heated debate. Some argued for patience and negotiation, while others pushed for immediate, overwhelming action. Ultimately, fear of encirclement, exhaustion of resources, and national pride led the hawks to prevail. Plans were refined in secret, with fleet movements coordinated to avoid detection, and pilots trained relentlessly in simulated environments. The assault force included 6 aircraft carriers, hundreds of aircraft, and thousands of Marines poised to deliver a crushing blow. The gamble was bold, desperate, and calculated, emblematic of Japan's larger strategic vision. It was a turning point that would plunge the Pacific into full-scale war. Meanwhile, Japan's domestic front was shaped by discipline, conformity, and wartime mobilization. School children memorized military songs. Women entered factories producing ammunition, aircraft parts, and uniforms under severe working conditions. Food rationing began early, and families were encouraged to stockpile supplies and grow victory gardens, reinforcing the sense of national preparedness. Wartime slogans permeated daily life, urging citizens to sacrifice for the empire's survival and strength. State-run newspapers and radio broadcasts praised heroic soldiers while demonizing foreign powers, shaping public opinion into unwavering support for the government's goals. Spiritual leaders endorsed the emperor's divine authority, preaching that surrender would bring shame worse than death. Even in private homes, conversations were steered toward loyalty and perseverance, with censorship muting dissenting voices. The entire nation was transformed into a war machine, ready to sacrifice whatever was necessary for perceived glory and security. This atmosphere of total commitment ensured that, when war came, Japan's people would face unimaginable hardships without protest. The roots of tension thus extended far beyond political decisions. They were woven into the very fabric of daily life. As tensions reached their breaking point in 1941, the Pacific stood at the edge of transformation. Japan's leaders believed that seizing territory swiftly and decisively would ensure their place among the world's great powers. The Western colonial empires, clinging to their holdings, prepared for defense but underestimated the coming storm. Meanwhile, ordinary civilians across Asia braced themselves for the upheaval that imperial conflict would bring. Ideologies of racial superiority and national destiny hardened attitudes, making compromise seem impossible. Resource shortages and sanctions added fuel to the fire, pushing leaders toward desperate measures. Meanwhile, diplomacy strained under the weight of mistrust, as promises made in good faith were dismissed as weakness. Military plans were refined in secret, and the machinery of war hummed in shipyards and barracks alike. In these moments, the Pacific world moved inexorably toward confrontation, its future shaped by ambition, fear, and a desire for survival at any cost. The roots of the coming war were deep, and once the storm broke, there would be no turning back. The road to Pearl Harbor was paved not by sudden fury, but by years of simmering tensions, diplomatic maneuvering, and escalating economic strangulation that left Japan's leaders convinced their very survival was at stake. By 1940, Japan's conquest of northern China and the ongoing brutality of the Second Sino-Japanese War had drawn sharp condemnation from Western powers, particularly the United States, which had deep economic and moral concerns about Japan's aggression. Tightened export controls on key materials, including aviation gasoline, machine tools, and strategic metals, items crucial to Japan's war effort. These restrictions intensified in July 1941, when the US, Britain, and the Netherlands froze Japanese assets, cutting off access to nearly 90% of Japan's oil supply. For a nation dependent on imported resources, this move struck at the heart of its military-industrial complex, leaving its navy, aircraft production, and mechanized divisions vulnerable to paralysis. Japanese diplomats in Washington scrambled to negotiate, arguing that sanctions amounted to an act of war, while their military counterparts warned that delay would mean surrender through starvation and attrition. The government, split between cautious diplomats and hardened militarists, faced a critical dilemma: submit to Western demands and lose face, or gamble everything on swift military action. Within Tokyo's imperial halls, debates stretched late into the night. Prime Minister Prince Fumimaro Kono struggled to mediate between diplomatic overtures and militaristic fervor, while Foreign Minister Yusuke Matsuoka sought to keep lines of communication open in hopes of buying time. Yet in the Imperial General Headquarters, war planners meticulously reviewed logistics, fleet readiness, and strategic targets, convinced that bold action was necessary before reserves ran dry. Admiral Esoroku Yamamoto, despite personal misgivings about war with the United States, made clear that Japan's navy could not survive prolonged conflict without secure access to resources in Southeast Asia. His plan involved a preemptive strike against the U.S. Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor, a gamble that could cripple American naval power and allow Japan to consolidate its grip on territories rich in oil, rubber, and minerals. Army leaders aligned with ultranationalist factions pushed for simultaneous campaigns in the Philippines, Malaya, and the Dutch East Indies, envisioning a coordinated assault that would overwhelm Western defenses before reinforcements could arrive. As the summer of 1941 progressed, Japan's leaders grew increasingly convinced that war was not merely an option, it was a necessity. The path to Pearl Harbor had been forged by compounding crises, with each diplomatic dead end pushing Japan's elite closer to irreversible decision. The sanctions imposed by the United States had consequences far beyond military readiness. They disrupted Japan's entire economy, threatening civilian morale and industrial output alike. Factories dependent on imported oil, steel, and rubber began to ration production, while freight ships faced difficulties acquiring supplies essential for transportation and manufacturing. Everyday life in Japan became increasingly strained as food shortages, fuel rationing, and black markets took hold. Ordinary citizens were urged to reduce consumption, recycle materials, and contribute to the war effort through volunteer labor, while government broadcasts painted these hardships as noble sacrifices for national glory. Schools reinforced messages of endurance and loyalty, with children encouraged to view the coming struggle as a test of their spirit and commitment. In rural areas, families were encouraged to grow food, collect scrap metal, and conserve energy, while urban populations contended with severe shortages and mounting anxiety about the future. Meanwhile, the government sought to control the narrative, framing economic hardship as a temporary hurdle on the path to victory, rather than a symptom of a desperate situation. This environment of tightening belts and rising nationalism hardened the resolve of many, further isolating moderate voices calling for compromise. Thus, the sanctions meant to curb Japan's aggression instead fueled its militaristic zeal, making war seem an inevitable course of action. At the heart of Japan's strategic planning was the belief that a swift strike could secure resources before Western powers fully mobilized their industrial strength. By targeting the Pacific Fleet's aircraft carriers, battleships, and repair facilities, Japan's planners aimed to cripple American naval supremacy and buy precious time to fortify occupied territories. Detailed intelligence on Pearl Harbor's layout, defenses, and vulnerabilities was gathered through spy networks and reconnaissance flights, allowing the Japanese Navy to tailor its attack to maximum effect. Coordinated drills and training exercises mimicked Pearl Harbor's conditions, with pilots practicing torpedo runs and bombing raids under simulated pressure. The decision to strike first was not made lightly. It came after months of deliberation and internal debate over whether Japan could afford the political and military repercussions of war. Some senior officials worried that American retaliation would cripple Japan's economy and military infrastructure beyond recovery, while others argued that inaction would lead to inevitable decline. In the end, the faction advocating for decisive action prevailed, with leaders convinced that hesitation would only embolden adversaries. By autumn 1941, final orders were issued to prepare the fleet, instructing commanders to sail undetected and strike at first light on December 7th. The gamble was audacious, desperate, and calculated to change the course of history. As negotiations between Washington and Tokyo continued into late 1941, diplomatic talks devolved into a game of brinkmanship. Japanese envoys presented proposals that offered limited concessions, but their underlying demands for freedom of action in Asia remained non-negotiable. The United States, determined not to yield strategic assets, insisted that Japan withdraw from China and Indochina as a precondition for lifting sanctions. President Franklin D. Roosevelt's administration, while aware of the risk of pushing Japan into open conflict, remained steadfast in protecting American interests and upholding commitments to its allies. Meanwhile, public opinion in both nations hardened. Americans saw Japan's aggression as an affront to global peace, while Japanese citizens were primed by propaganda to believe that Western powers sought to starve their nation into submission. Intercepted communications hinted at Japan's military buildup, but Washington's leadership lacked consensus on how to respond without provoking full-scale war. Naval commanders debated how best to position the fleet, while intelligence officers speculated about potential targets without clarity. Even as negotiators sat across from each other in formal settings, covert preparations for war surged ahead at unprecedented speed. The diplomatic dance was coming to an end, and the silence before the storm was growing ever more ominous. The planned attack on Pearl Harbor required extraordinary secrecy and coordination, executed under conditions of extreme risk. The Japanese strike force, composed of 6 aircraft carriers and nearly 400 aircraft, set sail in late November 1941 under cover of darkness, avoiding detection by patrolling U.S. ships and reconnaissance aircraft. Radio silence was strictly enforced, and deceptive communications masked fleet movements as routine training exercises. Commanders meticulously rehearsed every phase of the mission: approach vectors, formation flying, timing of waves, and target prioritization, all aimed at overwhelming defenses in the first strike. Torpedo modifications were developed to compensate for the harbor's shallow waters, a technical innovation that proved critical to the success of the attack. Pilots memorized attack patterns, practiced mock bombing runs, and drilled emergency responses to unexpected resistance. Even support ships, supply vessels, and communication units were instructed in counterintelligence measures to prevent leaks and ensure the operation remained shrouded in secrecy. The Japanese leadership understood that failure would not only jeopardize the fleet, but doom the entire campaign. With every nautical mile traveled, the tension aboard the ships deepened, as officers and sailors balanced hope, fear, and unwavering discipline. The stage was set for one of the most audacious military operations in history. The attack on Pearl Harbor was also shaped by profound cultural and psychological factors that encouraged sacrifice and hardened resolve. Japanese military schools trained officers in the art of endurance, emphasizing that death in service to the emperor was preferable to dishonor or retreat. Pilots were taught to suppress fear, trust in their training, and complete their missions without hesitation, even at the cost of their lives. Religious rituals and ceremonies preceded departure, reinforcing the sacredness of their mission and the emperor's role as a divine protector of the nation. Families were told to take pride in their loved one's service, framing personal loss as part of a larger national struggle for survival. Stories of past military glories were recited to inspire courage, while messages from imperial leaders promised everlasting honor to those who fought. This psychological conditioning made the final decision to attack easier for many, as they internalized the belief that their actions, no matter how perilous, were in service of Japan's destiny. Western intelligence agencies, focused primarily on fleet movements and weaponry, failed to grasp the depth of this cultural indoctrination and the extent to which it shaped decision-making at every level. The result was a military force willing to embrace extraordinary risks, bound by discipline and ideology that left little room for compromise or retreat. In the final days before the attack, Tokyo's leadership balanced on the edge of inevitability, haunted by the possibility of failure, yet unwilling to concede. Final orders were dispatched. Fleet commanders reviewed checklists and contingencies for weather delays, mechanical malfunctions, and unexpected resistance. In Washington, unaware of the impending assault, Navy personnel continued routine drills, and civilian officials debated whether Japan would escalate the crisis or withdraw. Japanese envoys delivered final communiques just hours before the attack, offering a diplomatic note that, when decoded, revealed only vague threats and ambiguous intentions. Meanwhile, Pearl Harbor's defenses were unprepared. Fuel supplies, torpedoes, and aircraft sat clustered in concentrated areas, vulnerable to a well-timed strike. The irony of the situation, that negotiations were still technically ongoing even as warships steamed toward America's heartland, underscored the perilous dance between diplomacy and military action. As the Japanese fleet approached Hawaii in early December, crews aboard the carriers performed silent rituals and final checks, their eyes fixed on the mission ahead. They knew that when the sun rose on December 7th, the world would change forever. With the die cast, the attack on Pearl Harbor became more than a military operation. It was the culmination of years of tension, ideology, and calculated desperation that plunged the Pacific into total war. At first light on December 7th, 1941, the calm waters of Pearl Harbor belied the devastation that was about to unfold. The Japanese strike force, hidden beyond the horizon, had approached under a blanket of secrecy, its aircraft carriers poised to unleash a surprise attack that would alter the course of history. In Hawaii, sailors and civilians began their morning routines, unaware that within minutes, bombs and torpedoes would turn the naval base into a charred battlefield. Radar operators spotted incoming aircraft, but the warnings went unheeded, mistaking them for a routine flight of American planes. At 7:55 a.m., the first wave of over 180 aircraft roared across the harbor, their engines echoing over the calm sky as they dived toward targets with deadly precision. Torpedoes ripped through the water, striking battleships moored along Battleship Row, while bombs tore through hangars, fuel depots, and airfields. Anti-aircraft batteries scrambled to respond, but many guns were unmanned or ill-prepared for an assault of this magnitude. Within the first hour, explosions and firestorms engulfed the base, sending plumes of smoke high into the sky, signaling to the world that America had been thrust into total war. The attack's ferocity left little time for resistance, as Japanese dive bombers and fighters focused on disabling the fleet's capital ships and air defenses. The USS Arizona, one of the pride of the Pacific Fleet, took a direct hit to its forward magazines, erupting in a fireball that tore through the deck and claimed more than 1,000 lives in an instant. The USS Oklahoma capsized after sustaining multiple torpedo strikes, trapping hundreds of sailors beneath its hull as they struggled to escape. Nearby vessels, including the USS West Virginia and USS California, were engulfed in flames and sinking, their crews desperately fighting to save both ship and life. Aircraft lined along Wheeler and Hickam fields were strafed and bombed, leaving hangars ablaze and dozens of planes destroyed on the ground before they could mount any defense. Rescue operations began amidst the chaos. Sailors leaped into burning waters, dragged survivors from the debris, and formed bucket brigades to control fires that threatened to consume the entire harbor. Hospitals overflowed with wounded servicemen, while medical personnel worked frantically under unbearable pressure to treat shrapnel injuries, burns, and trauma. The combination of shock, confusion, and devastation painted a scene of unimaginable destruction, one that would be etched into the collective memory of the nation forever. As the first wave withdrew, a brief lull settled over the harbor, giving Americans a moment to grasp the enormity of the assault. Observers stared in stunned disbelief at the columns of smoke rising from the wrecked ships, the flames licking the skies, and the lifeless faces of fallen comrades scattered across the docks. Many initially refused to accept the reality unfolding before them, clinging to denial in the hope that reinforcements or counterattacks would somehow turn the tide. Then, at 8:40 a.m., the second wave struck, fiercer, faster, and determined to finish what the first had begun. Japanese bombers targeted repair yards, fuel storage tanks, and remaining vessels, raining destruction with merciless efficiency. By the time the final aircraft withdrew, over 2,400 Americans lay dead, more than 1,000 were wounded, and nearly the entire Pacific Fleet was crippled, including 8 battleships damaged or sunk. Rescue and recovery efforts intensified, but the scale of loss was staggering. Ships lay shattered, aircraft reduced to twisted metal, and families were left grieving amidst debris. The attack's reverberations spread quickly across military installations, forcing commanders to rethink strategies and galvanizing national leaders into action. Pearl Harbor was no longer a distant outpost. It had become the front line of a global conflict. News of the attack rippled outward, sending shockwaves through Washington, D.C., and across the world's capitals. In the White House, President Franklin D. Roosevelt sat stunned as reports poured in, each more grim than the last: ships aflame, airfields destroyed, thousands dead or missing. Within hours, the president convened his war council, understanding that the nation's response would need to be swift and decisive if democracy was to stand against aggression. Radio broadcasts crackled with urgent updates as military officers, congressmen, and civilians alike absorbed the horror of the assault and grasped its implications. In Europe, Axis leaders celebrated the blow dealt to the United States, while Allied nations grappled with the sudden expansion of the war's scope. Newspapers rushed editions to press, with headlines splashed in bold black type, "Japan attacks Pearl Harbor." Citizens across America, previously wary of involvement in foreign wars, were galvanized into patriotic fervor, lining up for enlistments and organizing relief efforts. Public sentiment shifted overnight from isolationism to collective resolve, fueled by grief and righteous indignation. The day of infamy had ignited the American spirit, and the country stood united in its determination to meet the challenge head-on. The attack's devastation extended beyond military infrastructure. It struck at the very sense of national security and identity. For decades, Americans had believed that the vast Pacific Ocean provided a natural barrier against foreign threats, fostering a sense of geographical safety and strategic invulnerability. Pearl Harbor shattered that illusion in a single morning, exposing vulnerabilities in intelligence readiness and coastal defense. Families who had never imagined war would touch their lives found themselves thrust into mourning, with husbands, brothers, and sons killed in action before the day's end. Civilians gathered at makeshift memorial services, while churches rang bells to honor the fallen, and towns across the nation organized vigils and parades in tribute to those lost. The attack also sowed seeds of fear, as many worried about further strikes along the West Coast, leading to rationing, blackouts, and heightened security measures. Yet, amid the fear, a powerful sense of defiance took root. Citizens resolved to rebuild, to fight, and to ensure that such devastation would never be repeated. The collective trauma and resilience forged in the aftermath would define the American wartime experience for years to come. Pearl Harbor had become a turning point not only in military history, but in the emotional and cultural fabric of the nation. Japanese commanders, meanwhile, returned to their vessels with a grim satisfaction, tempered by awareness of the risks they had undertaken. Admiral Nagumo, orchestrator of the strike, knew that success in crippling the Pacific Fleet was only the first step in a broader campaign that required sustained dominance over vast ocean territories. Fleet officers assessed damage reports, congratulating crews on the effectiveness of their attack, while preparing contingency plans should the Americans retaliate. The attack's immediate success gave Japan a false sense of invincibility, bolstering military confidence, even as analysts cautioned that provoking the United States could unleash the full weight of its industrial might. Within Tokyo, government broadcasts framed the assault as a bold act of national will, praising the sacrifices made and invoking the emperor's blessing. Propaganda posters and newsreels celebrated Japan's audacity, drawing sharp contrasts between the disciplined might of the Japanese forces and the perceived complacency of the West. Yet whispers of concern spread among senior strategists, who feared that prolonged war against a resource-rich adversary might strain Japan's supply lines and diplomatic relations. Even in victory, uncertainty loomed, a shadow cast by the enormity of the war now unfolding. The success at Pearl Harbor, while dramatic, was only the beginning of a far more complex struggle. In the days following the attack, Pearl Harbor became a symbol of both vulnerability and defiance, inspiring sweeping changes in military policy and public awareness. Immediate inquiries were launched to understand how intelligence failures and lapses in communication had allowed the attack to succeed. The Navy scrambled to reassess harbor defenses, implement radar networks, and restructure fleet command hierarchies, while Congress approved massive military funding and mobilization. Ordinary citizens, galvanized by grief, contributed to war bond drives, participated in air raid drills, and volunteered for service at hospitals and supply depots. The media's relentless coverage kept the horrors of the attack fresh in the public mind, as survivors recounted first-hand accounts of heroism, loss, and perseverance amidst chaos. Roosevelt's stirring address to Congress, calling December 7th a date which will live in infamy, became a rallying cry, uniting the nation's resolve and clarifying the stakes at hand. Even international allies, once cautious about full-scale engagement, pledged support, recognizing that the Pacific conflict would shape the war's outcome. Pearl Harbor, with its ashes and heartbreak, had become more than an isolated attack. It was the catalyst that propelled the United States into the heart of global war, forging alliances, awakening the public, and testing the nation's endurance. The world had been forever changed. In the days following the attack on Pearl Harbor, Japan unleashed a calculated and relentless offensive that stretched from the frigid waters of the North Pacific to the steaming jungles of Southeast Asia. Within hours, Japanese carrier fleets and amphibious forces struck British, American, and Dutch strongholds with a ferocity that stunned their adversaries, exploiting their unpreparedness and underestimating Japan's precision. The Philippines, a critical American outpost in the Pacific, bore the brunt of the initial assault as Japanese bombers pounded Clark Field and air defenses collapsed almost overnight. General Douglas MacArthur's troops, ill-equipped and scattered, struggled to mount a defense as Japanese forces advanced with mechanized units, landing craft and paratroopers coordinating seamless attacks from sea, air, and land. Communications broke down, supply lines faltered, and resistance pockets found themselves isolated, with soldiers improvising tactics amid crumbling infrastructure. Civilians in Manila and beyond fled at the first signs of bombardment, creating chaotic refugee columns that strained transportation routes and overwhelmed relief efforts. Japanese propaganda painted the Blitzkrieg as a righteous campaign, claiming to liberate Asia from Western imperialism, while behind-the-scenes logistics officers meticulously tracked each objective and resource. Within weeks, the Philippines was encircled, its airfields destroyed, and its garrison forced into retreat toward the Bataan Peninsula. The rapidity of the conquest left Allied commanders scrambling to formulate countermeasures, unaware that Japan's next targets were already within striking distance. Meanwhile, across the South China Sea and into the heart of Southeast Asia, Japan's forces pressed forward with breathtaking efficiency. British Malaya, rich in rubber and tin, became a primary target, as Japanese armored divisions cut through jungle roads with terrifying speed, outflanking British defenses before reinforcements could arrive. Air superiority ensured that Japanese bombers neutralized RAF bases on the ground, crippling Allied efforts to mount aerial counterattacks. At sea, Japanese submarines and patrol craft intercepted convoys, severing supply lines and forcing Allied fleets into defensive formations that slowed their progress. In Kuala Lumpur and Singapore, panic spread as civilians evacuated ports, fearing aerial strikes that came without warning or mercy. The Dutch East Indies, with its oil-rich islands, represented another prize, and Japanese naval forces coordinated amphibious landings across Sumatra, Java, and Borneo with precision timing and logistical support. Allied commanders, accustomed to outdated doctrines and complacent assumptions, struggled to respond to the speed and coordination of Japan's movements. Communications from Singapore to Batavia were filled with frantic pleas for reinforcements and reports of overwhelmed defenses, as officers realized they were fighting on multiple fronts with little support. Japanese soldiers, trained in jungle warfare and disciplined in rapid assaults, exploited every weakness, striking fear into their opponents' ranks. Within weeks, Allied forces across the region were either in retreat or surrendering, with Japan's flag rising in strategic cities once thought impregnable. The fall of Manila and the subsequent siege of Bataan marked one of the darkest chapters in the campaign, as American and Filipino troops faced starvation, disease, and relentless bombardment. Japanese artillery surrounded defensive positions, cutting off supply routes and choking off attempts to hold vital ridges or coastal batteries. The heat and humidity of the jungle amplified suffering as water sources ran dry and diseases like malaria, dysentery, and typhus swept through weakened troops. Yet resistance remained fierce. Soldiers dug trenches by hand, rotated patrols to conserve energy, and scrounged for food in abandoned villages, determined to hold out as long as possible. Civilians provided aid, smuggling rice and medical supplies under cover of night, while church leaders organized makeshift shelters for the displaced and wounded. The Japanese command, aware that swift surrender would conserve resources, offered harsh ultimatums promising mercy in exchange for capitulation, which many refused to accept. The final surrender came only after months of grueling combat, with thousands dying on the march to prison camps in what would become the infamous Bataan Death March. Survivors' testimonies recount unimaginable cruelty, as emaciated men were forced to march for days without adequate water, shelter, or medical care. Despite overwhelming odds, the defenders' resilience became a rallying cry for Allied morale, a symbol of endurance against an enemy seemingly unstoppable. The fall of the Philippines was a strategic disaster, but also a testament to courage and sacrifice in the face of brutal conquest. Singapore, the jewel of Britain's Far Eastern defense, fell in less than 2 months after the initial assault, shocking both the empire and the world. Once heralded as an impregnable fortress, its coastal defenses crumbled under relentless landings and air raids that targeted artillery positions, ammunition depots, and communication lines. Japanese forces, maneuvering through mangrove swamps and along poorly defended inland routes, avoided costly frontal assaults by exploiting gaps in British preparedness. Panic spread among the civilian population, with thousands trapped in makeshift shelters as fires consumed warehouses, fuel stores, and residential districts. British officers, confronted with the speed of the Japanese advance, scrambled to reposition troops, but found themselves outmaneuvered at every turn, their reliance on naval supremacy rendered useless by the enemy's mastery of amphibious warfare. Within weeks, the once proud bastion of British colonial power capitulated, its garrison numbering tens of thousands surrendering to the invaders. The fall of Singapore exposed the fragility of imperial defenses and ignited calls for military reform, while Japanese forces celebrated a symbolic victory that resonated far beyond the battlefield. For civilians, the occupation brought fear, censorship, and forced labor, as new authorities imposed harsh controls on daily life, and dissent was ruthlessly suppressed. The collapse sent shockwaves through London and Washington alike, intensifying efforts to fortify remaining positions and mobilize resources for the long war ahead. The swift conquest of Singapore marked a turning point, transforming Japan from regional power into a dominant force whose tentacles spread across the Pacific Rim. In the Dutch East Indies, the Japanese drive for oil and raw materials brought strategic gains that fueled their further expansion, but also highlighted the logistical complexity of sustaining such widespread operations. Japanese landing craft converged on coastal ports like Batavia, Surabaya, and Balikpapan, coordinating with air units to strike key infrastructure even before troops set foot on land. Dutch colonial forces, outnumbered and under-equipped, offered sporadic resistance but were quickly overwhelmed by superior coordination and firepower. Civilians in cities like Jakarta scrambled to evacuate as warehouses and refineries were bombed, creating fires that blackened the skies and crippled transport networks. Naval units, tasked with securing sea lanes, faced harassment from Japanese submarines, whose stealth attacks sank Allied supply ships with deadly efficiency. Within weeks, the Dutch East Indies fell into Japanese hands, providing critical access to oil reserves that would fuel the empire's war machine for months to come. Occupation authorities imposed strict rationing, conscripted local labor, and weaponized resource extraction, turning once prosperous regions into controlled zones of exploitation. The brutality of conquest extended to local populations, with forced relocations, summary executions, and harsh penalties for resistance becoming routine. Despite these grim conditions, underground networks formed, smuggling supplies, gathering intelligence, and resisting the occupiers in scattered but determined acts of defiance. Japan's rapid expansion, while militarily impressive, sowed the seeds of long-term insurgencies and resource strain that would challenge its dominance in later years. Throughout the region, propaganda campaigns sought to reframe the conquests as liberation from Western colonial oppression, while masking the harsh realities of military occupation. Radio broadcasts in multiple languages extolled the virtues of the Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere, promising economic self-sufficiency, cultural rejuvenation, and unity against foreign exploitation. Posters depicted benevolent Japanese soldiers distributing aid, while reality on the ground contradicted such claims, as forced labor and brutality undermined trust. Schools and community centers were repurposed to indoctrinate civilians, promoting loyalty to the emperor and demonizing Western influence as corrupt and decadent. Even as infrastructure was rebuilt to support military logistics, local populations struggled under curfews, censorship, and surveillance that sought to root out dissent at every level. Resistance cells responded with underground publications, sabotage, and smuggling networks, risking capture and death to expose the occupiers' lies. The psychological warfare waged by Japanese authorities sought to fracture communities and isolate potential rebels, while exploiting fears of famine and disease to maintain control. For many civilians, survival became a daily negotiation between cooperation and defiance, with hope tempered by uncertainty about the future. Japan's Blitzkrieg, while tactically successful, could not erase the deep scars of conquest or suppress the human spirit's yearning for freedom. The unfolding drama in Southeast Asia became a battlefield not only of weapons, but of ideas, endurance, and moral struggle. As the Japanese advance rolled on, Allied forces regrouped and reassessed their strategies, slowly realizing that the scale of the conquest demanded new forms of coordination and resilience. Emergency meetings in Washington, London, and Canberra addressed the need for integrated command structures, shared intelligence, and supply chain reforms to counter the empire's sweeping offensive. Military planners grappled with the realities of fighting on multiple fronts with limited resources, while also confronting the moral imperative of rescuing besieged populations and preserving lines of communication. In Australia, ports like Darwin were fortified, and airfields expanded to serve as staging grounds for counter-offensives, while volunteer forces streamed in from every corner of the Commonwealth. In the United States, shipyards accelerated production schedules, churning out aircraft, warships, and transport vessels that would eventually tip the balance. The resolve to stand firm against the onslaught gained momentum, bolstered by speeches, relief drives, and training programs aimed at turning fear into determination. Even as Japanese forces tightened their grip on key territories, underground networks of intelligence operatives and resistance fighters began to weave webs of information critical to future campaigns. The rapid expansion of the empire was no longer seen as invincible, rather it exposed overreach, logistical strain, and vulnerabilities that Allied planners aimed to exploit. Japan's Blitzkrieg had rewritten the rules of warfare in the Pacific, but it had also awakened a global response fueled by courage, innovation, and the unyielding desire to prevail. In the wake of Japan's lightning expansion across the Pacific, the Allied world reeled in confusion and disarray, struggling to piece together a coherent response to a rapidly changing battlefield. Communication lines, stretched across thousands of miles, faltered under the weight of urgent directives, conflicting orders, and incomplete intelligence, leaving commanders unsure where reinforcements were most needed. American naval officers in Hawaii, still shaken by the devastation of Pearl Harbor, scrambled to regroup surviving fleets, desperately patching damaged vessels while racing to coordinate with scattered forces in Australia and the Philippines. In London, military planners wrestled with the impossibility of providing aid across vast oceans, constrained by shipping shortages, submarine threats, and competing priorities in Europe and the Mediterranean. Australia, geographically exposed and vulnerable, scrambled to fortify ports like Darwin and Brisbane, hastily constructing airstrips and supply depots while trying to integrate disparate Allied contingents arriving from the United States, Britain, and New Zealand. Commanders struggled to balance the defense of far-flung territories with the need to protect sea lanes critical to sustaining both troop movements and material supplies. Political leaders faced pressure from anxious publics demanding swift action, yet logistical realities made rapid deployment nearly impossible. Meanwhile, local garrisons, cut off from reinforcements, endured harrowing skirmishes as they improvised defenses, often unaware of broader strategic plans. The sense of isolation and uncertainty pervaded every level of command, as nations realized that victory would demand more than courage. It required coordination, endurance, and the ability to adapt quickly to a new kind of warfare. The shortage of trained personnel further compounded the crisis, as many frontline units were overwhelmed by the speed and ferocity of Japanese assaults before they could consolidate positions or organize supply chains. In the Philippines, American troops under General MacArthur faced collapsing infrastructure, dwindling ammunition, and failing air support, with communication lapses preventing requests for reinforcement from reaching Allied headquarters in time. British commanders in Malaya and Singapore, relying on outdated war plans and expecting imperial superiority, were blindsided by Japan's unconventional tactics, leaving them scrambling to reposition defenses and evacuate civilians. Meanwhile, naval forces in the Indian Ocean suffered from dispersed assets, with supply convoys forced to reroute around enemy patrols and submarine threats, slowing the flow of desperately needed reinforcements. Refugee crises intensified the strain on local administrations, as civilians fled bombed-out cities and makeshift camps overflowed with the sick, hungry, and traumatized. In Australia, hastily mobilized militia units faced the grim task of guarding vulnerable coastlines with limited equipment, often improvising weapons and relying on volunteer enlistment drives to bolster ranks. Diplomatic channels, burdened by mutual suspicion and differing priorities, struggled to create unified commands, with national governments debating resource allocation amidst fears of further Japanese advances. Allied leaders convened emergency councils, but time was against them as Japanese forces pressed deeper into the Pacific, forcing decisions that prioritized immediate survival over long-term strategy. This atmosphere of fragmentation underscored the gravity of the moment. Without unity and coordination, the Allied effort risked collapse before it could mount a credible resistance. Yet amidst this disarray, individuals at every level attempted to piece together a viable defense, often improvising under impossible conditions. Commanders crafted contingency plans based on outdated maps and incomplete reports, drawing from wartime experience and intuition rather than reliable intelligence. In Darwin, engineers worked around the clock to expand coastal defenses, erecting gun emplacements from salvaged steel and repurposed shipping containers, while signaling units struggled to relay orders across open terrain vulnerable to aerial attack. Australian civilians formed auxiliary brigades, offering logistical support, first aid and reconnaissance, as military planners sought to compensate for manpower shortages. British naval officers, coordinating from isolated posts, pooled resources to protect shipping convoys, instituting convoy escort tactics designed to mitigate the growing submarine threat across key sea lanes. Intelligence officers, piecing together intercepted signals and captured documents, began identifying patterns in Japanese movements, attempting to anticipate future offensives despite a dearth of actionable information. In the Philippines, field medics turned abandoned buildings into makeshift hospitals, improvising with scarce supplies while coping with surging casualties from relentless airstrikes. Meanwhile, American industry responded with unprecedented speed, launching emergency shipbuilding programs and ramping up aircraft production, though factories struggled to meet soaring demand. Amid the chaos, small acts of resilience, repairing damaged vessels overnight, sharing scarce food supplies, coordinating evacuation routes, formed the backbone of Allied endurance. These efforts, though fragmented and often reactive, laid the groundwork for more coordinated campaigns that would emerge as the war progressed. The scramble to form unified commands highlighted deep-seated tensions between Allied nations, as each struggled to assert strategic priorities while grappling with limited resources and differing war aims. British military leaders, accustomed to imperial command structures, resisted sharing operational control with American forces, wary of appearing weak or beholden to newer allies. Conversely, American commanders, emboldened by industrial capacity and military innovation, pushed for more aggressive forward-facing strategies that sometimes clashed with conservative British planning. These frictions slowed joint operations, as disagreements over troop deployment, air support allocation, and supply distribution delayed the formulation of coherent defense strategies. Political leaders attempted to smooth relations through diplomatic correspondence and emergency summits, but cultural misunderstandings and mutual distrust frequently undermined progress. Even within individual armies, tensions flared between seasoned officers and newly commissioned leaders grappling with unfamiliar terrains and battle doctrines. Civilian populations, too, bore the brunt of disjointed responses, as conflicting orders left some regions without adequate medical aid or evacuation plans. Journalists witnessing Allied setbacks firsthand painted grim pictures of disorganization, further eroding public confidence in military leadership. As setbacks mounted, calls for reform grew louder, forcing governments to streamline command structures and prioritize joint coordination in future operations. These early failures underscored a hard lesson: in an era of total war, victory depended not only on individual bravery, but on unity of purpose and seamless cooperation across national lines. Supply shortages became one of the most crippling factors in the Allied struggle to mount an effective response, forcing commanders to prioritize which fronts to support and which to risk losing. Japanese submarine attacks disrupted vital shipping routes in the Pacific, sinking cargo vessels carrying ammunition, fuel, and medical supplies essential to frontline operations. Ports became congested with damaged ships awaiting repair, while fuel depots dwindled to critically low levels, leaving aircraft grounded and mechanized units immobilized. In Australia, rationing programs were swiftly implemented, but transportation delays and limited rail infrastructure hindered distribution to remote bases and forward-deployed troops. Medical supplies, already scarce, were diverted to hospitals overwhelmed by casualties from initial skirmishes, creating dire shortages in antiseptics, surgical tools, and even basic bandages. Commanders resorted to cannibalizing equipment, repurposing damaged vessels and aircraft for parts, while engineering teams devised field expedients to extend the life of aging stockpiles. Requests for additional support flooded Allied command posts, yet competition among theaters meant that resources earmarked for Europe or North Africa were often unavailable to Pacific forces. Black markets flourished as desperate soldiers traded supplies at inflated prices, while local governments struggled to enforce controls in the face of spiraling demand. Despite valiant efforts to allocate what little was available, the supply crisis threatened to sap morale and stall operations at every level of command. Amid the confusion and scarcity, intelligence failures compounded Allied vulnerability, leaving military planners blind to the scope and scale of Japan's ambitions. Reports from front lines were inconsistent, often contradicting each other, as field commanders struggled to verify enemy movements amidst rapidly shifting battle lines. Intercepted Japanese signals, though occasionally fruitful, were hampered by outdated cryptographic methods and fragmented decoding efforts, leaving analysts unable to piece together actionable intelligence in time to prevent disaster. Misinformation spread among troops, fueling rumors of imminent invasions, or exaggerated casualty figures that demoralized soldiers and civilians alike. The absence of a centralized intelligence sharing mechanism between Allied forces delayed warnings, as bureaucratic rivalries and distrust hindered the timely dissemination of critical data. In some theaters, local scouts and informants provided glimpses of enemy movements, but their reports were often dismissed as speculation or uncorroborated hearsay. Naval commanders, deprived of real-time reconnaissance, deployed ships blindly into contested waters, resulting in costly ambushes and avoidable losses. Air reconnaissance missions, limited by fuel constraints and mechanical wear, failed to deliver consistent overviews of Japanese fleet formations and supply lines. The fog of war thickened with each passing week, underscoring the necessity for robust communication channels and intelligence coordination that would only come later in the campaign. In the interim, Allied forces endured uncertainty, often forced to make decisions based on incomplete or conflicting information. Despite these daunting challenges, early signs of cooperation began to emerge as shared adversity forged bonds between commanders and nations facing a common enemy. Emergency task forces, composed of American and British officers working side by side, initiated joint planning sessions that sought to reconcile conflicting doctrines and optimize resource allocation. Training exchanges between Allied units improved operational compatibility, with British forces learning from American logistical innovations and American planners adopting British defensive techniques suited to jungle warfare. Communication centers were gradually integrated as liaison officers facilitated the flow of intelligence between regional commands, reducing duplication and easing coordination. Supply sharing agreements, though imperfect, began funneling critical resources to the most threatened areas, prioritizing air support and medical aid to reinforce faltering defenses. Diplomats, increasingly aware of the war's global stakes, brokered agreements that aligned national priorities toward shared strategic goals, even if compromises were required at the expense of local ambitions. The defense of the Bataan Peninsula in the Philippines quickly became a desperate and grim stand against overwhelming Japanese forces that had already swept through Southeast Asia. Cut off from reinforcements, and with supply lines severed by relentless air and sea attacks, American and Filipino troops fortified positions along narrow ridges and dense jungles, relying on sheer willpower rather than adequate resources. The men of the United States Army forces in the Far East, under General Douglas MacArthur's leadership, fought side by side with the Philippine Commonwealth Army, braving disease, hunger, and exhaustion as they dug trenches and set up makeshift fortifications under constant bombardment. Water shortages compounded their misery as contaminated streams and dwindling reserves left soldiers with nothing but mud and rainwater to sustain them. Medical supplies were desperately rationed, with field hospitals overwhelmed by malaria, dysentery, and untreated wounds, forcing medics to improvise bandages and extract bullets with limited tools. Despite the hardship, morale initially held, fueled by the hope that reinforcements from Australia or America would arrive before defeat became inevitable. Families and local villagers provided what little support they could, smuggling food and medicine through enemy lines under cover of darkness, while soldiers rotated between watch duty and rest in shifts barely long enough to catch their breath. Japanese forces, however, launched relentless assaults, encircling the peninsula and cutting off escape routes as air raids destroyed bunkers and artillery positions. As weeks turned into months, the defenders' strength waned, yet their resistance bought critical time for Allied forces elsewhere to regroup. By April 1942, with starvation rampant and ammunition depleted, surrender became the only viable option. The surrender of Bataan on April 9, 1942, marked one of the most tragic and shameful chapters in the Pacific War, as tens of thousands of exhausted soldiers laid down their weapons, only to be subjected to a brutal ordeal that would haunt them and their descendants for generations. Approximately 75,000 Filipino and American prisoners of war were forced to march nearly 65 miles from Mariveles, at the southern tip of the peninsula, to the prison camp at San Fernando in sweltering heat and monsoon rains. Stripped of proper clothing, food, and water, the prisoners were herded along narrow dirt roads, driven by armed guards wielding rifles, bayonets, and whips. Those who fell behind or collapsed from exhaustion were beaten mercilessly or shot on the spot, with bodies left along the roadside, festering in the open air. The marches took a devastating toll on the prisoners, as thousands perished from dehydration, heat stroke, and untreated wounds, with some accounts estimating that nearly 10,000 died before reaching their destination. Villagers along the route, fearful of reprisal, offered limited aid, while a few risked their lives to smuggle food or water to starving columns of men. The psychological torment of the march compounded the physical suffering, as soldiers struggled to maintain discipline and camaraderie while witnessing friends and comrades fall in agony beside them. The Japanese guards, many of whom were battle-hardened but inexperienced in dealing with such large numbers of captives, often resorted to indiscriminate violence, fueled by racial animosity and wartime brutality. Survivors would later recount scenes of unimaginable horror, men sharing scraps of food, binding each other's wounds with strips of clothing, and whispering words of encouragement as death loomed. The Death March became a symbol of the merciless price paid in the Pacific Theater, where imperial ambition left ordinary soldiers trapped between duty and despair. Upon reaching San Fernando, the surviving prisoners faced overcrowded pens, inadequate medical care, and unsanitary conditions that worsened their suffering, setting the stage for a prolonged nightmare of captivity. Prisoners were crammed into enclosures with little ventilation, often forced to sleep in mud-streaked fields or on concrete floors without blankets, exposing them to further disease and frostbite during cooler nights. The heat and humidity fostered outbreaks of malaria, typhoid fever, and dysentery, with limited rations insufficient to sustain weakened bodies already ravaged by the march. Many prisoners, unable to stand or move, succumbed to illness within days of arrival, while others desperately clung to life, scavenging for edible roots or sharing the last bits of food among themselves. Medical personnel, themselves prisoners, fought an uphill battle with minimal supplies, using improvised splints, cauterizing wounds with heated instruments, and fashioning stretchers from scraps of wood and fabric. Guards, under orders to maintain discipline, often viewed the sick and incapacitated with disdain, withholding aid and subjecting them to further hardship. Letters from families when they arrived brought little comfort, offering false assurances or ambiguous news that compounded prisoners' anxiety. In the face of adversity, bonds among prisoners deepened as acts of solidarity, sharing the last cup of water, comforting the dying, or quietly defying abusive guards, became acts of defiance against despair. Despite the harshness of their captivity, many held on to hope, recounting tales of escape, resilience, and eventual liberation that kept their spirits alive amidst the darkest of circumstances. The forced march and subsequent imprisonment at San Fernando left deep scars not only on the soldiers, but also on the wider Allied effort, serving as a grim warning of the cost of unpreparedness and the brutality of imperial warfare. Reports of the atrocities, once they filtered back to Allied headquarters, sparked outrage and condemnation, fueling demands for retribution and the reinforcement of Pacific defenses. Families in the United States and the Philippines mobilized relief efforts, sending care packages and campaigning for improved prisoner conditions, even as official channels struggled to secure information on the fate of captives. The march became a rallying cry, emblematic of Japanese cruelty and a clarion call for unity among Allied nations determined to avenge the fallen. Military planners, chastened by the debacle, redoubled efforts to strengthen supply lines, improve medical support, and ensure that future engagements would be supported by adequate logistical infrastructure. Veterans of Bataan and San Fernando, many permanently scarred by their experiences, later took on roles as advocates for human rights and military reform, determined to prevent such horrors from recurring. Their testimonies, delivered in hearings, books, and memorials, preserved the memory of those lost in the march, ensuring that their suffering would not be forgotten amidst the broader sweep of war. The Death March, far from an isolated tragedy, exposed the vulnerabilities of the Allied war effort and underscored the necessity of resilience, cooperation, and preparedness in the face of an enemy determined to crush resistance. It became a defining episode, shaping public perception of the Pacific War and galvanizing efforts to bring the conflict to a swift and just conclusion. As months passed and the war widened, the legacy of Bataan's defenders and the horrors of the Death March continued to resonate, shaping military and political responses in the years that followed. New training programs emphasized jungle warfare, resilience under duress, and the psychological toll of captivity, drawing on first-hand accounts from survivors to educate fresh recruits. Strategic shifts prioritized the fortification of supply chains, improved intelligence networks, and more robust evacuation procedures, all designed to prevent isolated garrisons from suffering the fate of Bataan. Humanitarian organizations, emboldened by stories of prisoner mistreatment, expanded advocacy for international conventions aimed at safeguarding combatants and civilians, laying groundwork for post-war treaties and protections. Memorials erected in the Philippines and across the Pacific honored the bravery and sacrifice of those who endured captivity, while survivors became spokespeople for perseverance, recounting their stories at schools, civic organizations, and military institutions. Government reports, though often sanitized for political reasons, nonetheless incorporated Bataan's lessons, influencing wartime strategy and post-war reconciliation efforts. The march became a symbol not only of suffering but of endurance, a testament to the human spirit's capacity to resist despair even in the most brutal circumstances. Across the Allied world, Bataan's defenders came to embody a narrative of resilience in the face of imperial cruelty, transforming grief into resolve. As the Pacific theater evolved, the echoes of Bataan served as both warning and inspiration, reminding commanders and civilians alike of the stakes involved in the fight against tyranny. The Death March, etched into the collective memory of the war, stood as a stark testament to both the horrors of conquest and the indomitable will to survive. The Battle of the Coral Sea, fought in May 1942, marked the first major naval engagement in history, where opposing fleets never sighted each other, as aircraft carriers and their planes dictated the outcome far beyond the horizon. The Japanese Imperial Navy, flush with victories across the Pacific, sought to capture Port Moresby in New Guinea, which would have given them strategic control over sea lanes and threatened Australia's northern approaches. The United States Navy, aware of Japan's ambitions, scrambled hastily assembled forces, including the aircraft carriers USS Lexington and USS Yorktown, to intercept the Japanese fleet, despite being outnumbered and operating under logistical strain. Both sides launched waves of torpedo bombers and dive bombers in relentless aerial duels, where the fog of war, miscommunications, and the sheer audacity of pilots shaped the course of the battle. The Japanese inflicted significant damage, including sinking the USS Lexington, but their attempt to seize Port Moresby was ultimately thwarted, forcing them to abandon their offensive. The battle signaled that Japanese forces could be checked, boosting morale among Allied forces and forcing Japan to reconsider its rapid expansion strategy. It also elevated the importance of aircraft carriers over battleships, forever altering naval doctrine and shaping the remainder of the Pacific campaign. For the ordinary sailor and pilot, Coral Sea was a baptism of fire, as newly trained crews learned that courage, improvisation, and resilience could make the difference between survival and catastrophe. Behind the scenes, signal intelligence and code-breaking efforts began to show their strategic value, laying the groundwork for future victories. Coral Sea, though a tactical stalemate, was a psychological turning point, revealing that Japan's dominance could be contested and broken. Barely a month later, in June 1942, the Battle of Midway would further shift the tide of the war, as a decisive victory for the United States reversed the momentum of Japanese expansion and preserved key outposts in the Pacific. Midway Atoll, a small cluster of islands northwest of Hawaii, became the focal point of a Japanese operation aimed at drawing American forces into a trap and crippling their remaining carriers. Unknown to the Japanese, American cryptographers had broken significant portions of their naval code, allowing Admiral Chester Nimitz to anticipate the attack and position his forces strategically. The American fleet, though smaller and stretched thin, lay in wait, with aircraft carriers USS Enterprise, USS Hornet, and USS Yorktown poised to launch surprise counterstrikes. On June 4th, Japanese torpedo bombers launched their first wave, but were met with fierce resistance, suffering crippling losses before their dive bombers struck American vessels, including the Yorktown, causing temporary devastation. Yet, as the Japanese fleet turned to press their advantage, American dive bombers found their targets at vulnerable moments, devastating Japan's carrier strength by sinking 4 of its fleet carriers, Akagi, Kaga, Suryu, and Hiryu, in a matter of hours. The loss of trained pilots and key warships proved catastrophic for Japan's naval ambitions, severely limiting their ability to project power across the Pacific. For American forces, the victory at Midway was both vindication and inspiration, proving that intelligence, coordination, and daring could overcome numerical inferiority. The battle reshaped the Pacific theater's strategic landscape, forcing Japan into a defensive posture and setting the stage for future Allied offensives. Midway, etched into the annals of history, became more than a battle. It was a testament to perseverance, the power of code-breaking, and the courage of young men thrust into war's crucible. The significance of Coral Sea and Midway extended beyond tactical engagements, as they redefined naval warfare and underscored the value of air power, intelligence, and joint operations. Battleships, once the pride of naval fleets, quickly became vulnerable targets as aircraft carriers, and their planes assumed center stage, dictating movements and determining outcomes without ever firing traditional broadsides. Naval aviation tactics evolved rapidly as lessons learned in these battles informed doctrines of air defense, coordination between fleets, and the necessity of protecting carriers with layered screens of fighters and cruisers. The courage displayed by pilots, many barely out of training school, embodied the raw nerve and ingenuity required to wage war over vast expanses of ocean, where weather, fuel shortages, and navigation errors could mean instant death. Signals intelligence, particularly the breaking of Japan's JN-25 naval code, proved that brains could rival brawn, as cryptanalysts working in cramped rooms pieced together fragmented transmissions to anticipate enemy movements. Coral Sea demonstrated that intelligence without readiness was futile, while Midway illustrated that readiness without intelligence was blind. Together they heralded a new era of integrated warfare. These victories gave Allied commanders confidence to pursue bold strategies, from amphibious landings to island-hopping campaigns aimed at cutting Japan's supply lines and regaining lost territory. For sailors and airmen alike, the battles became rites of passage, forging bonds between units and instilling a profound sense of purpose amidst the chaos of war. On distant home fronts, news of Japanese setbacks at Coral Sea and Midway stirred public resolve, reinforcing the belief that the tide of war could be turned with sacrifice and determination. The strategic and symbolic weight of these battles would reverberate through the Pacific Campaign, shaping the course of history. For Japan, the defeats at Coral Sea and Midway shattered the illusion of invincibility and exposed vulnerabilities in their naval command structure and intelligence protocols. Japanese planners, who had anticipated American forces being caught off guard, were confounded by the precise timing and resilience of the American response, forcing them into reactive strategies rather than proactive conquests. The loss of 4 fleet carriers within a single engagement crippled Japan's offensive capability, as these ships had carried not only aircraft, but also the expertise of their seasoned crews and commanders. The psychological blow to Japanese sailors and pilots was profound, as they watched their proud naval assets sink beneath waves, unable to respond with coordinated countermeasures or reinforcements. Japan's reliance on overconfidence and underestimation of enemy capacity became glaring weaknesses, prompting internal debates over strategy, logistics, and the sustainability of their war effort. Allied air superiority in subsequent battles was enabled in part by Japan's loss of trained aviators, whose replacements lacked comparable experience and expertise. The failure at Midway also forced Japan to divert resources from offensive campaigns to shoring up defensive positions in contested waters, stretching supply lines and diminishing overall effectiveness. For commanders on the front lines, Coral Sea and Midway underscored the need for innovation, adaptability, and reliance on intelligence networks rather than brute force. The battles thus sowed seeds of decline within Japan's naval apparatus, altering both the course of the Pacific War and the strategic thinking of Japanese high command. Coral Sea and Midway, once bold ventures for expansion, became cautionary tales of hubris and the perils of underestimating a determined adversary. The personal stories of courage and sacrifice from these battles humanized the conflict, as ordinary men became heroes amidst technological innovation and relentless warfare. Pilots like Lieutenant Commander Wade McCluskey, who led the airstrike that crippled the Japanese fleet at Midway, navigated through dense cloud cover and enemy fire with steely resolve, embodying the grit and determination needed to prevail. At Coral Sea, young aviators faced near-suicidal odds, diving through anti-aircraft barrages to strike well-defended targets, often never returning from their missions, their names forever etched in memorials. Medics and support crews working under extreme pressure kept planes operational and wounded airmen alive with improvised treatments, refusing to abandon their posts despite the dangers. Sailors manning anti-aircraft guns with trembling hands learned to coordinate fire with astonishing precision, defending carriers from incoming threats with desperate ingenuity. Radio operators decoding enemy transmissions in real time provided critical intelligence that allowed commanders to pivot strategies and anticipate ambushes. Families back home poring over dispatches and casualty lists found solace in tales of bravery and resilience, even as grief and uncertainty loomed. Stories of camaraderie, sharing rations, comforting the wounded, and mentoring inexperienced recruits illustrated the bonds forged in adversity and the profound human cost of warfare. These narratives transcended the battlefield, inspiring future generations to confront impossible challenges with courage, resolve, and compassion. Coral Sea and Midway were more than military engagements. They were crucibles of human endurance, technological evolution, and shared sacrifice. Strategically, the battles at Coral Sea and Midway redirected the Pacific campaign's trajectory, forcing Japan onto the defensive while emboldening Allied planning for subsequent offensives. With Japan's expansion halted, American forces seized the initiative, laying the groundwork for amphibious assaults on island strongholds such as Guadalcanal, where supply lines could be harassed and enemy resources drained. Naval logistics improved, as lessons from Coral Sea and Midway informed fleet composition, fueling schedules, and aircraft maintenance protocols, ensuring that future operations would be better supported and less prone to surprise attacks. Joint operations between naval, air, and ground forces became more sophisticated, with commanders coordinating across theaters and national forces to maximize strengths and mitigate vulnerabilities. Intelligence networks expanded, leveraging intercepted transmissions, aerial reconnaissance, and decrypted codes to anticipate enemy maneuvers and preempt assaults. For Japan, the loss of carriers forced a shift toward a war of attrition, stretching their supply chains thin and relying increasingly on submarine warfare that lacked the potency of carrier-based strikes. The ripple effects of these battles shaped diplomatic relations, with Allied nations recognizing the strategic necessity of pooling resources and intelligence to counter Japan's threat. The lessons learned at sea trickled down to training manuals, war colleges, and strategic briefings, influencing military thinking long after the war's end. Coral Sea and Midway thus stand as pivotal junctures where strategy, intelligence, and courage converged to chart a new course for victory. Their legacy extended far beyond the battles themselves, redefining warfare in the Pacific and altering the balance of global power. The cultural impact of the Coral Sea and Midway victories resonated deeply within Allied nations, shaping wartime propaganda and reinforcing narratives of resilience and righteous struggle. Posters, radio broadcasts, and newsreels portrayed the victories as triumphs of ingenuity over brute force, bolstering civilian morale and rallying support for increased war production and enlistment. Stories of unsung heroes, radio operators deciphering enemy codes, nurses tending to the wounded under fire, and mechanics working tirelessly to keep aircraft airborne were highlighted to illustrate the collective effort required to win the war. In the United States, families organized community drives to send supplies and care packages to troops, while schools incorporated lessons about perseverance and duty into their curricula, reinforcing a shared sense of purpose. In Australia and New Zealand, Coral Sea was celebrated as a defense against encroaching invasion, solidifying regional alliances and fostering mutual cooperation in the face of a common enemy. Meanwhile, Japan's defeats were downplayed in official communiques, but privately, accounts of lost carriers and seasoned pilots circulated among the ranks, sowing doubt and fear about the sustainability of their campaigns. The psychological warfare aspect of these victories was profound, as they exposed cracks in Japan's armor and emboldened enemy forces to resist further incursions. Across the Allied world, the message was clear: courage, intelligence, and coordination could overcome the darkest of threats. Coral Sea and Midway, in both military and cultural realms, became symbols of endurance, fortitude, and the unwavering spirit of nations at war. In the years after the battles, the memory of Coral Sea and Midway was preserved through official histories, veterans' accounts, and commemorations that highlighted the enduring lessons learned in those critical engagements. Museums dedicated exhibits to aircraft carriers, torpedo bombers, and the technological advancements that defined the new era of naval warfare, allowing visitors to grasp the complexity of operations and the sacrifices made. Veterans gathered annually at reunions to recount their experiences, often with poignant reflections on the comrades lost and the burden of survival, forging a living history that transcended textbooks and documentaries. Schools and military academies incorporated the battles into strategic studies, emphasizing the importance of adaptability, intelligence sharing, and cross-service cooperation in modern warfare. Films and literature, drawing from first-hand testimonies, depicted not only the grandeur of aerial dogfights and carrier maneuvers, but also the quieter moments of fear, exhaustion, and camaraderie that defined life at sea. The lessons learned from Coral Sea and Midway informed post-war naval policies, influencing aircraft design, fleet composition, and training protocols for decades to come. Survivors and historians alike stressed that the victories were not inevitable, but rather the result of perseverance in the face of overwhelming odds, where human willpower turned the tide against a formidable adversary. Today, these battles remain integral chapters in the story of the Pacific War, reminding future generations that strategy, intelligence, and courage must converge in moments of crisis. Coral Sea and Midway endure as testaments to the resilience of the human spirit, forever shaping the narrative of global conflict and the pursuit of peace. In August 1942, the shores of Guadalcanal became the stage for the first major Allied offensive in the Pacific, marking a dramatic shift from defensive operations to proactive campaigns against Japanese expansion. The island, heavily forested and remote, housed a strategic airfield at Henderson Field, whose capture was crucial for controlling sea lanes and projecting power across the Solomon Islands. American Marines, landing under sweltering tropical heat, faced dense jungles, hidden swamps, and the ever-present threat of Japanese snipers, mines, and booby traps. Each footstep through mud-laden trails carried the danger of ambush, as Japanese defenders experienced in jungle warfare exploited the terrain with lethal efficiency. The initial landings, though successful, revealed the immense logistical challenge of sustaining forces thousands of miles from home, with supply lines stretched across stormy seas vulnerable to Japanese naval and air interdiction. Disease, malaria, dysentery, and dengue fever claimed nearly as many lives as bullets, turning the tropical paradise into a crucible of human endurance and suffering. Commanders, both American and Japanese, grappled with imperfect intelligence, miscommunication, and the fog of war, forcing split-second decisions with profound consequences. Every day, troops confronted the psychological toll of constant threat, isolation from familiar comforts, and the horrors of witnessing comrades fall under relentless fire. The battle quickly became a war of attrition, where persistence, improvisation, and sheer willpower often mattered more than strategy alone. Guadalcanal's dense jungles and jagged coastlines would become emblematic of the Pacific War's grueling nature, testing both body and spirit. The Japanese, realizing the importance of Henderson Field, launched repeated counterattacks aimed at retaking the airfield and regaining the initiative in the Solomons. Nighttime naval bombardments, artillery barrages, and well-coordinated infantry assaults challenged the Americans' tenuous hold, turning every engagement into a deadly dance of ambushes and close-quarter combat. Jungle warfare intensified the brutality, as soldiers faced hidden pitfalls, swarming insects, and the constant threat of sudden engagement in terrain that limited visibility to mere meters. American forces, adapting to these conditions, developed small unit tactics, jungle patrols, and improvisational supply solutions, often relying on native guides and ad hoc communication networks. The constant threat from Japanese aircraft, which strafed supply lines and landing zones, further complicated the struggle, forcing the Americans to prioritize the protection of shipping convoys and resupply missions. Morale became a critical battlefield, as troops endured weeks without proper food, clean water, or medical attention, yet drew strength from camaraderie, letters from home, and the belief in the strategic importance of their mission. Both sides employed ingenuity in engineering and logistics, constructing makeshift roads, clearing airstrips, and establishing hidden supply caches under enemy observation. Despite numerical and technological parity often favoring the Japanese, the determination of the Marines and their ability to exploit intelligence and terrain began to turn the tide. Each skirmish, patrol, and counterattack carried lessons that would inform future island-hopping operations across the Pacific. Guadalcanal emerged not just as a battle, but as a proving ground for adaptive warfare in unforgiving environments. Naval engagements off Guadalcanal, known collectively as the Solomon Islands Campaign, underscored the symbiotic relationship between sea, air, and land forces. American and Japanese fleets clashed repeatedly in narrow straits and open waters, with destroyers and cruisers engaging in deadly nighttime duels that tested radar, coordination, and sheer nerve. Control of the sea lanes determined whether reinforcements, artillery, and food would reach troops slogging through mud and dense vegetation, directly influencing the survivability of frontline units. Carrier-based aircraft, often diverted from other theaters, conducted strikes to interdict supply ships, adding another layer of complexity to the campaign. The Japanese Navy's initial dominance in night engagements inflicted heavy losses on American cruisers, yet clever tactics, including the use of radar-directed fire and coordinated air cover, began to erode Japanese effectiveness. The psychological strain of naval warfare at close quarters, where confusion, smoke, and flares could turn friend into foe, exacted a heavy toll on sailors and Marines alike. Supply convoys became lifelines under fire, as each successful delivery of ammunition, rations, or medical supplies reinforced morale and combat effectiveness. The interplay between naval skirmishes and ground operations illustrated the multi-dimensional nature of the Pacific War, where no front existed in isolation. Guadalcanal thus became a crucible where the fate of soldiers, sailors, and aviators intertwined in a deadly web of strategy and survival. Every engagement, whether on sea or land, left a lasting imprint on the tactics and planning of future Allied offensives. Jungle disease and environmental hazards were silent killers, transforming everyday survival into a constant battle against invisible enemies. Malaria outbreaks incapacitated hundreds of troops, while dysentery and contaminated water claimed additional lives, often outpacing casualties from combat. The tropical climate, with torrential rains and oppressive heat, turned trenches and foxholes into mud-choked traps, eroding both physical strength and morale. Snakes, insects, and leeches became omnipresent threats, complicating movement and increasing the risk of infection and fatigue. Medical personnel, operating in improvised field hospitals, labored tirelessly to treat wounds, infections, and tropical illnesses with limited resources. The logistical nightmare of delivering antibiotics, vaccines, and clean water across hundreds of miles of contested ocean highlighted the immense challenge of sustaining forces in remote theaters. Engineers and labor units worked under fire to build drainage systems, construct makeshift roads, and fortify defensive positions against both nature and the enemy. Leadership at every level, from platoon commanders to generals, required balancing aggression with caution, understanding that survival often depended on meticulous planning as much as courage. Troops developed ingenious adaptations including mosquito nets, field dressings, and ration improvisations, illustrating resilience in extreme conditions. These environmental challenges amplified the psychological burden, shaping the experience of war far beyond bullets and bombs. Guadalcanal also became a battlefield of attrition and endurance, as both sides suffered staggering losses in men and material. Reinforcements were perilous, requiring nighttime naval runs known as the Tokyo Express, where Japanese destroyers risked American air attacks to deliver troops and supplies. American forces, constrained by limited shipping, relied on improvisation and local ingenuity to maintain combat effectiveness, often cannibalizing equipment or adapting civilian materials for military use. Battles over ridgelines, river crossings, and airfields became grinding contests, where minor gains were measured in meters, and victories were fleeting and costly. Troops contended with exhaustion, malnutrition, and the constant sound of artillery and gunfire, making sleep a rare and dangerous luxury. Command decisions carried profound weight, as misjudgments could lead to encirclement, isolation, or catastrophic loss of life. Psychological resilience became as important as physical stamina, with letters from home, camaraderie, and the knowledge of strategic importance bolstering spirits. Each day, soldiers faced the dual realities of combat and disease, often prioritizing survival over offensive gains. Guadalcanal tested the limits of human endurance, shaping combat doctrine and revealing the human cost of prolonged jungle warfare. The campaign became a microcosm of the broader Pacific struggle, where determination and adaptability determined victory or defeat. Aviation played a pivotal role as Henderson Field became both a lifeline and a target, controlling the flow of reinforcements and supplies. American and Japanese pilots engaged in relentless dogfights over dense canopy and open ocean, where skill, timing, and mechanical reliability determined survival. Aircraft provided reconnaissance that informed ground tactics, intercepted enemy movements, and offered close air support for troops under attack. Losses were high, with inexperienced pilots often pressed into combat with minimal training, highlighting the war's human cost and the rapid learning curve imposed by desperate circumstances. Maintenance crews labored under extreme conditions, repairing aircraft with limited spare parts, often innovating under pressure to keep planes operational. Bombing and strafing runs, while effective in softening enemy positions, also risked friendly fire incidents due to poor visibility and chaotic terrain. The air war over Guadalcanal demonstrated the interdependence of land, sea, and air operations, reinforcing lessons about coordination and multi-domain warfare. Successes in the sky directly influenced the ground campaign, allowing Marines to hold positions or repel Japanese assaults. The psychological effect of air superiority or its absence was profound, shaping troop confidence and shaping enemy decision-making. Guadalcanal's air battles, though smaller in scale than carrier engagements, proved essential for sustaining the campaign's momentum. The prolonged struggle tested leadership at every level, from field commanders to strategic planners in distant capitals. Generals and admirals had to navigate incomplete intelligence, logistical constraints, and the relentless pressures of combat while maintaining morale and discipline. Field decisions often determined the survival of hundreds of men, emphasizing the importance of situational awareness and adaptability in dynamic combat environments. Coordination between American, Australian, and local forces became crucial, with joint operations demanding flexibility and rapid adjustment to changing circumstances. Japanese commanders faced similar dilemmas, balancing offensive ambition with the constraints of supply shortages and operational fatigue. The interplay of strategy, human endurance, and environmental hardship defined Guadalcanal as a proving ground for leadership under extreme stress. Lessons learned during this campaign would inform amphibious landings, jungle operations, and coordination of multinational forces throughout the Pacific War. Decision-making, patience, and courage became as decisive as firepower, shaping the outcome of battles and the broader trajectory of the war. Guadalcanal's campaign underscored that victory required more than numerical superiority. It demanded ingenuity, resilience, and relentless commitment. Every commander's choice, from logistics to combat tactics, reverberated through the campaign, leaving a lasting imprint on Allied operational doctrine. By the time the campaign concluded in early 1943, Guadalcanal had transformed from a remote airfield into a symbol of Allied determination and a turning point in the Pacific. Japanese forces, drained of manpower and material, began a systematic withdrawal, conceding the initiative to the Allies for the first time in the Solomons. American troops, though exhausted and scarred by disease, combat, and loss, emerged with newfound confidence, proving that Japan could be halted and pushed back. The island's jungles, rivers, and airstrips bore the scars of relentless combat, a testament to the ferocity and human cost of the struggle. Guadalcanal demonstrated the critical importance of logistics, intelligence, air support, and morale in modern warfare, lessons that would guide future campaigns across the Pacific. Survivors carried with them stories of endurance, heroism, and tragedy, forming a living record of sacrifice that would educate and inspire generations. The campaign's significance extended beyond military achievement. It marked the moment when the momentum of the Pacific War shifted definitively toward the Allies. Guadalcanal became a symbol, a proving ground, and a warning of the costs inherent in fighting for strategic control in remote, hostile environments. Its legacy influenced planning, training, and morale across subsequent operations from New Guinea to the Philippines. The struggle for Guadalcanal had ended, but its lessons would echo throughout the Pacific for the remainder of World War II. By mid-1943, the Allies had gained a foothold in the Solomon Islands, marking the moment when a bold new strategy, island hopping, emerged as the keystone of Pacific operations. Instead of assaulting every Japanese-held island, Allied planners identified strategic targets whose capture would provide airfields, naval bases, and logistical hubs to project power deeper into Japanese territory. Each selected island represented both a challenge and an opportunity. Seizing it would disrupt Japanese supply lines, isolate enemy garrisons, and create forward positions for future advances. Reconnaissance, intelligence, and aerial photography became critical, as commanders needed to know terrain, fortifications, and Japanese troop deployments before committing thousands of troops to amphibious assaults. Amphibious warfare demanded meticulous coordination of naval gunfire, landing craft, infantry, and air support, with timing and precision often determining the outcome of landings. Engineers and Seabees worked tirelessly under enemy fire to construct airstrips, roads, and supply depots, converting captured islands into operational hubs almost immediately. The psychological effect of island hopping was profound. Japanese soldiers, often bypassed rather than destroyed, faced isolation, dwindling supplies, and a creeping sense of strategic inevitability. For American troops, success on one island reinforced confidence, yet each new landing brought fresh hazards, from coral reefs and hidden mines to entrenched defenders and tropical diseases. Logistics, fuel, ammunition, water, and medical support was the lifeblood of the campaign, with long supply lines vulnerable to interception by submarines and aircraft. Island hopping transformed the Pacific War into a series of interconnected high-stakes operations, emphasizing maneuver, intelligence, and endurance over sheer attrition. The first major applications of this strategy were visible in the capture of the Gilbert Islands, where landings at Tarawa and Makin demonstrated both the potential and the peril of leapfrogging campaigns. Tarawa, heavily fortified with concrete bunkers, barbed wire, and interlocking fields of fire, inflicted devastating casualties on the assaulting Marines, highlighting the importance of preliminary bombardment and reconnaissance. Amphibious craft struggled against coral reefs and high surf, forcing troops to wade through chest-deep water under fire, while medics worked frantically to evacuate the wounded. Air support softened defenses, yet Japanese resistance, tenacious and disciplined, made every meter of ground a costly conquest. On Makin, lessons from Tarawa informed adjustments in tactics, emphasizing coordinated fire support, rapid offloading of supplies, and synchronized landing schedules. Engineers immediately began improving docks, airstrips, and defensive positions, preparing the islands to serve as springboards for future operations toward the Marshalls. Intelligence often gathered from native inhabitants, reconnaissance planes, and intercepted communications allowed planners to anticipate enemy positions and focus assaults with precision. These early victories validated the concept of bypassing certain strongholds while neutralizing their threat through isolation and attrition. The strategy reduced unnecessary bloodshed and expedited the Allied advance, demonstrating that flexibility and strategic calculation could outweigh brute force. Island hopping became not only a method of movement but a philosophy of Pacific warfare, emphasizing economy of effort and operational foresight. The psychological dimension of island hopping was as significant as the physical and tactical challenges. Japanese garrisons, often cut off from resupply, faced isolation that undermined morale and effectiveness, creating a sense of inevitability as Allied forces advanced from one stronghold to the next. For Allied troops, each successfully captured island reinforced confidence, while failures or high casualties prompted reflection and adjustment, emphasizing the continuous learning aspect of the campaign. Propaganda, leaflets, and radio broadcasts were used strategically to demoralize isolated Japanese forces, urging surrender or encouraging desertion. Soldiers had to contend not only with enemy fire, but with the harsh realities of tropical warfare. Heat, humidity, mosquitoes, and disease compounded the strain of combat. Medical units adapted rapidly, improvising solutions for malaria, dysentery, and heat stroke, often under fire or in rudimentary facilities. Logistics officers coordinated long-distance supply chains, ensuring ammunition, rations, and fuel reached forward islands despite frequent attacks on convoys. Naval and air coordination was critical, as supporting bombardments and fighter cover often determined whether landings succeeded or resulted in disaster. The human element, resilience, ingenuity, and morale became as decisive as artillery or armor, shaping outcomes in ways that maps and plans could not fully predict. Island hopping illustrated that warfare was not only a contest of machines and strategy, but a trial of endurance and human will. Each conquered island became a stepping stone, a symbol of progress, and a harbinger of the relentless pressure that would drive Japanese forces backward. Air power emerged as a decisive element in island hopping operations, providing both offensive and defensive advantages. Captured islands were rapidly converted into airfields, enabling long-range strikes against Japanese positions and the protection of sea lanes for supply and reinforcement. Fighters and bombers conducted reconnaissance, interdiction, and direct support missions, often arriving just in time to influence the outcome of amphibious landings. Naval aviation, operating from carriers or island-based airstrips, played a crucial role in neutralizing Japanese naval forces and protecting convoys from submarine and surface attacks. The ability to project air power directly from recently captured islands created a feedback loop. Successful landings enabled further advances, and air superiority ensured the relative safety of subsequent operations. Coordination between pilots, ground forces, and naval units demanded precise communication, planning, and timing, with missteps potentially catastrophic. Maintenance crews worked tirelessly under harsh conditions to keep aircraft operational, often improvising repairs in the absence of full logistical support. Weather, tropical storms, and limited visibility further complicated air operations, requiring skill, flexibility, and rapid decision-making. The integration of air power into island-hopping campaigns showcased the evolution of modern combined arms warfare, where land, sea, and air forces operated as a unified system. In every sense, control of the skies became both a tactical necessity and a strategic enabler for the Pacific advance. Naval operations formed the backbone of the island-hopping campaign, enabling the transportation of troops, artillery, vehicles, and supplies across vast stretches of ocean. Amphibious assaults relied on meticulously planned naval bombardments to suppress enemy positions and provide cover for landing craft. Destroyers, cruisers, and aircraft carriers protected transport convoys, often engaging Japanese surface vessels and submarines in fierce, fast-paced skirmishes. Night engagements in particular tested the skills of naval commanders, with radar, signaling, and intuition determining success in the darkness. The coordination of fire support, troop landings, and supply offloads became a complex ballet, where timing and precision were essential for minimizing casualties and maximizing operational effectiveness. Naval logistics also included the deployment of floating hospitals, repair ships, and forward supply bases, creating a mobile infrastructure capable of sustaining prolonged campaigns. Every decision, from the speed of convoys to the placement of artillery barrages, had immediate consequences for troops on the beaches. Naval dominance ensured that island-hopping operations could continue with reduced risk, while Japanese attempts to contest the seas were gradually neutralized. The combination of amphibious skill, firepower, and logistics underpinned the success of the campaign and set the template for future Pacific operations. Control of the oceans became synonymous with the ability to project power and dictate the tempo of the war. Guerrilla tactics and intelligence gathering complemented the island-hopping strategy, often tipping the balance in favor of Allied forces. Reconnaissance units, sometimes collaborating with local populations, mapped terrain, identified enemy positions, and highlighted logistical vulnerabilities. Small-scale raids disrupted supply lines, diverted attention, and forced Japanese commanders to allocate resources defensively rather than offensively. Signals intelligence, code breaking, and aerial observation provided planners with critical insights, enabling preemptive strikes or adjustments to landing schedules. Partisans, local guides, and naval scouts became force multipliers, offering information that conventional reconnaissance might have missed. Psychological operations, including propaganda leaflets and loudspeaker broadcasts, sought to weaken the morale of isolated Japanese garrisons and encourage surrender. Each intelligence success reduced casualties, shortened engagements, and accelerated the capture of strategic objectives. Flexibility in response to new information was essential, as the dynamic environment of the Pacific required rapid adaptation. Troops were trained to exploit terrain, anticipate ambushes, and navigate dense jungles or coral reefs with precision. The combination of intelligence and tactical innovation transformed island hopping from a simple plan into a sophisticated operational art. The logistical dimension of island hopping tested the Allies' organizational capacity to unprecedented levels. Supplying forward bases thousands of miles from the mainland required careful coordination of shipping, fuel, food, and medical supplies. Amphibious landing craft had to navigate reefs and surf, while supply ships faced Japanese submarines, aircraft, and surface raiders intent on disruption. Forward-deployed engineers and Seabees rapidly transformed captured islands into operational bases, constructing airstrips, docks, and defensive positions under fire. Medical and maintenance units worked tirelessly to treat casualties, repair equipment, and prevent the outbreak of disease. Planning incorporated redundancy and flexibility, with multiple supply routes and contingency plans to mitigate the impact of enemy action or environmental challenges. The success of island-hopping operations relied as much on effective logistics as on combat performance, demonstrating the interdependence of strategy and supply. Each secure island became a hub from which further operations could be launched, effectively leapfrogging Japanese strongholds while minimizing direct confrontation. Supply efficiency often dictated operational tempo, as delayed reinforcements or depleted ammunition could stall entire campaigns. Through meticulous planning and adaptability, the Allies overcame the vast distances, harsh environments, and enemy interference inherent in Pacific warfare. By the conclusion of 1943, island hopping had proven its effectiveness, reshaping the strategic landscape of the Pacific War. Japanese forces, bypassed and isolated on fortified islands, faced dwindling supplies, declining morale, and the looming threat of encirclement. American and Allied forces, bolstered by lessons from each engagement, continued to refine amphibious assault tactics, logistical networks, and inter-service coordination. As the Pacific War deepened, control of the sea lanes became a battle of life and death, with submarines and aircraft serving as decisive instruments of strategic attrition. American submarines prowled the vast expanses of the Pacific, targeting Japanese merchant vessels and supply convoys, slowly strangling the flow of oil, food, and material essential to the Japanese war effort. Each patrol required weeks or months of endurance, often in cramped, suffocating conditions, with crews operating under constant threat from enemy depth charges and aerial patrols. Technological innovations such as sonar, radar, and improved torpedoes increased the effectiveness of submarine campaigns, yet failures and malfunctions remained frequent, testing the patience and skill of crews. Japanese anti-submarine measures evolved in response, with convoy escorts, air reconnaissance, and hydrophone detection challenging Allied submarines at every turn. Meanwhile, aircraft transformed naval engagements, extending the reach of carriers, bombers, and reconnaissance planes far beyond the range of traditional gunnery. Control of the skies allowed for both offensive strikes against shipping and defensive coverage for amphibious operations, enabling the Allies to dominate previously contested sea lanes. Intelligence and code-breaking efforts, particularly the deciphering of Japanese naval codes, provided critical insight into convoy movements, enabling preemptive interception and destruction. The psychological impact on Japanese sailors and soldiers was profound, as fear of unseen submarines and sudden air attacks eroded morale and sapped confidence. In the intricate dance of submarine and air warfare, mastery of both technology and strategy became indispensable for survival and operational success. Japanese submarines, initially designed for reconnaissance and fleet support, increasingly faced the overwhelming might of Allied anti-submarine measures, limiting their strategic impact. While early successes against unescorted merchant shipping demonstrated potential, Japanese vessels were often confined to defensive postures, protecting supply lines threatened by superior Allied aircraft and naval power. Submarine crews endured extreme isolation, operating thousands of miles from home ports, often with limited intelligence and under severe rationing. Depth charges, sonar-equipped destroyers, and air patrols made each patrol a deadly gauntlet, demanding nerve discipline and tactical ingenuity. In response, Japanese doctrine shifted toward coordinated wolfpack tactics, attempting to overwhelm defenses, but Allied technological superiority and intelligence often thwarted these plans. Submarines also played roles in inserting and extracting special operations teams, delivering supplies to isolated garrisons, and conducting reconnaissance, showcasing the versatility of underwater warfare. The cumulative effect of Allied anti-shipping campaigns gradually choked Japan's war economy, depriving frontline forces of critical resources and isolating garrisons. As losses mounted, Japanese command struggled to adapt, facing both material shortages and diminishing morale among crews. Each sunk transport ship or fuel tanker directly weakened Japan's ability to sustain offensive operations and defend conquered territories. By late 1943, the silent war beneath the waves had become a pivotal front in the Pacific conflict, one where stealth, patience, and intelligence dictated outcomes. Air power reshaped the conduct of naval warfare in the Pacific, extending the reach of both offensive and defensive operations. Carrier-based aircraft allowed the projection of force across hundreds of miles, striking Japanese convoys, installations, and fortifications before surface ships could engage. Long-range bombers targeted industrial centers, oil refineries, and ports, systematically undermining Japan's logistical backbone. Fighters provided air cover for amphibious landings, protecting transport and support vessels from Japanese attack, and enabling the rapid buildup of forward bases. Reconnaissance aircraft scouted enemy positions, discovered submarine activity, and facilitated the precise coordination of naval gunfire and airstrikes. Advances in radar technology allowed early detection of incoming aircraft and ships, transforming defensive capabilities and minimizing surprise attacks. Pilots faced extreme hazards, from anti-aircraft fire to the vast isolation of the open ocean, where a single mechanical failure could be fatal. Coordination between naval and air forces demanded meticulous planning, real-time communication, and contingency strategies to adapt to shifting enemy movements. The psychological impact of constant aerial surveillance and sudden strikes created an environment of relentless pressure for Japanese forces. Over time, air superiority became a prerequisite for any successful operation, determining whether ground assaults and naval maneuvers would succeed or fail. Mastery of the skies, in tandem with submarine warfare, created a stranglehold that gradually suffocated Japanese strategic flexibility. Intelligence and code-breaking played an indispensable role in the war of submarines and air power, providing the Allies with foresight and precision. Cryptographers in Hawaii and Australia decrypted Japanese naval codes, revealing convoy routes, patrol schedules, and fleet dispositions. This information allowed submarines to intercept key supply lines, while aircraft targeted vulnerable ports, fueling stations, and transport nodes. Double agents, aerial reconnaissance, and radio traffic analysis complemented code breaking, forming an integrated intelligence network that amplified operational effectiveness. Japanese reliance on strict communication discipline sometimes delayed their response, while Allied ability to anticipate moves turned stealthy patrols into calculated ambushes. Submarines and aircraft often coordinated based on intelligence insights, striking simultaneously to maximize disruption and confusion. The cumulative impact of these efforts was a mounting attrition of Japanese shipping, isolating frontline garrisons, and undermining the strategic cohesion of the Japanese empire. Each successful interception not only reduced supplies, but also forced the Japanese High Command to divert resources to defensive measures. Intelligence-driven operations highlighted the synergy of technology, planning, and human analysis in modern warfare. By combining covert insight with overt firepower, the Allies established an operational advantage that Japanese forces struggled to counter. The human cost of submarine and air warfare was immense on both sides, often hidden beneath the metrics of tonnage sunk or sorties flown. Submarine crews endured months of claustrophobic confinement, punctuated by the terror of depth charges, storms, and mechanical failure. Pilots faced intense physical and psychological strain, navigating long missions over water with limited fuel, extreme weather, and constant enemy threat. Casualties were high, and recovery of wounded was often impossible, leaving survivors to witness the loss of comrades in isolation. Japanese merchant mariners, unarmed and lightly protected, faced near certain death if their convoy was discovered, highlighting the asymmetry of the conflict. Losses at sea and in the air reverberated across command structures, forcing re-evaluations of strategy, doctrine, and allocation of resources. Morale was continuously tested, with fear and fatigue influencing operational decisions as much as tactics or technology. Propaganda and communication sought to sustain determination, emphasizing honor, duty, and the inevitability of eventual victory. For Allied forces, the stress of repeated patrols and missions demanded resilience, camaraderie, and ingenuity under pressure. The war of submarines and air power became a trial of human endurance as much as a contest of machines. The cumulative sacrifice laid the foundation for the eventual strangulation of Japan's logistical lifelines. Logistical interdiction became the strategic focus as Allied submarines and aircraft systematically targeted Japan's supply chains. Oil, rice, munitions, and reinforcements were primary targets, with each sunk vessel compounding shortages across the empire. Submarines employed stealth, patience, and tactical ingenuity to penetrate convoys, often waiting for days or weeks to strike at optimal moments. Air attacks supplemented these efforts, bombing docks, warehouses, and coastal installations to prevent repair and resupply. Japanese attempts to reroute supplies were hampered by limited shipping capacity and the increasing effectiveness of Allied intelligence. Merchant shipping, once abundant and relatively safe, became a high-risk proposition, with losses escalating each month. The cumulative effect of these operations eroded Japan's strategic mobility, preventing reinforcement of threatened garrisons and reducing operational flexibility. Each interdicted convoy translated into weakened defenses on islands and a reduced capacity to sustain offensive operations. The combination of stealthy submarine warfare and relentless airstrikes created a chokehold on Japan's economy and military potential. By mid-1944, the suffocation of supply lines emerged as a decisive factor in the Pacific theater. Technological innovation drove the effectiveness of submarines and air power, constantly redefining operational possibilities. Sonar, radar, depth charges, and improved torpedo guidance systems increased lethality and survivability for submarines and surface vessels alike. Aircraft innovations, longer range, heavier payloads, and precision bombing capabilities allowed strikes deep within Japanese territory. Communications, navigation, and encryption technology enabled complex, coordinated operations across thousands of miles of ocean. Reconnaissance drones, photographic mapping, and signals intelligence improved situational awareness, giving commanders a decisive advantage. Maintenance crews and engineers faced the challenge of keeping cutting-edge systems operational in harsh maritime environments. Continuous adaptation was necessary to counter Japanese defensive innovations, including anti-submarine nets, radar jamming, and aircraft countermeasures. The interplay of technology, human skill, and strategic insight determined the success of each mission and influenced the broader course of the war. By combining innovation with disciplined execution, Allied forces amplified the impact of each submarine patrol and air sortie. The war of technology became inseparable from the war of strategy, reshaping the very nature of Pacific operations. Mastery of machines, when paired with intelligence and tactics, proved decisive in undermining the Japanese war effort. By late 1944, the combined effect of submarine and air warfare had achieved a strategic stranglehold over Japan's empire. Merchant fleets were decimated, vital resources were disrupted, and the Japanese military's operational mobility was drastically reduced. Airfields on captured islands provided launching points for long-range strikes, further isolating Japanese positions and forcing reallocations of limited resources. Submarine patrols continued to lurk beneath the waves, ready to intercept convoys and enforce maritime dominance. The integration of intelligence, technology, and tactical innovation ensured that each operation maximized strategic effect. Japanese command, increasingly reactive, struggled to defend an empire that was shrinking under relentless pressure from below and above the waves. The stage was set for subsequent operations, including the retaking of the Philippines and the push toward Japan itself. Control of the seas, once contested, had become a decisive lever in the Pacific War, illustrating the interconnectedness of maritime and aerial power. The war of submarines and air power had transformed the Pacific into a theater where logistics, intelligence, and technology were as lethal as any gun. Allied dominance of the sea lanes set the conditions for eventual victory, strangling the empire into submission. As the Pacific War escalated, the battlefront extended far beyond beaches, jungles, and oceans, reaching deeply into the hearts of civilian populations on both sides. In Japan, the government imposed total war mobilization, directing factories to produce aircraft, ships, and munitions with near-military precision. Workers labored under extreme conditions, often in shifts lasting 12 hours or more, while shortages of raw materials demanded innovation, improvisation, and the constant reallocation of resources. Propaganda reinforced a narrative of national duty, portraying sacrifice as a moral imperative and instilling loyalty to the emperor, even as families faced uncertainty and loss. Rationing constrained daily life, with rice, sugar, and fuel distributed sparingly, compelling households to adapt and survive under strict government oversight. Schools and youth organizations, including the Imperial Youth Corps, indoctrinated children in militaristic and patriotic ideals, ensuring that even the youngest citizens were engaged in the war effort. Civilian labor was supplemented by conscripted workers from Korea, Taiwan, and occupied territories, reflecting the empire's dependence on regional human resources. Air raid drills and preparations for eventual Allied attacks permeated daily routines, embedding a pervasive sense of tension and imminent danger. Meanwhile, the industrial heartland faced vulnerability from submarine and airstrikes, forcing factories to relocate or fortify operations. The Japanese home front became both a bastion of production and a crucible of endurance, where national survival was measured in factories, ration lines, and the willingness to endure hardship. Across the Allied nations, home fronts were similarly transformed, but under a system of democratic mobilization rather than imperial edict. In the United States, the War Production Board coordinated the conversion of civilian industry to military manufacturing, producing ships, aircraft, tanks, and munitions at an unprecedented scale. Factories hummed with activity, often staffed by women, teenagers, and older men, creating a workforce that challenged pre-war social norms while sustaining the war machine. Propaganda campaigns emphasized unity, resilience, and the moral imperative of defeating Japanese and Axis aggression, using posters, films, radio, and print to communicate both necessity and pride. Rationing programs controlled sugar, meat, gasoline, and rubber, instilling a shared sense of sacrifice and national contribution. Victory gardens and civic initiatives supplemented food supplies, linking individual effort to the collective war effort. In Britain, the Blitz and other aerial bombardments reinforced the importance of civilian endurance, while factory workers, air raid wardens, and volunteers maintained critical infrastructure under constant threat. Australia, India, and Canada contributed manpower and material, reflecting the global scale of Allied mobilization. Coordination between military planners and civilian industry became essential to sustaining offensives across vast distances. The Allied home front demonstrated that total war demanded not only soldiers, but entire societies, where every citizen, every factory, and every ration counted toward eventual victory. Strategic production, morale, and social cohesion became weapons in their own right, supporting operations from the Solomons to the Philippines. In Japan, women played an increasingly central role in sustaining both industry and community morale. Factories employed women in heavy labor, from assembling aircraft engines to welding ship components, while traditional gender roles were reshaped by necessity. Educational campaigns instructed women on air raid precautions, first aid, and efficient household management, linking domestic labor directly to national survival. Volunteer labor in agriculture supplemented food production, with urban populations encouraged to cultivate small plots in a desperate bid to stave off hunger. The government enforced strict rationing compliance, using neighborhood watch systems and local committees to monitor consumption and prevent black market activity. Cultural messaging reinforced sacrifice as honor, portraying women who endured hardship without complaint as exemplars of national loyalty. Meanwhile, youth organizations trained girls in nursing, signaling, and other support roles to supplement military operations. Factories and schools became sites of dual-purpose production and indoctrination, reinforcing the integration of civilian life into the machinery of war. Even leisure activities were curtailed or redirected toward patriotic events, linking daily existence to national objectives. Civilians, particularly women and children, became both sustainers and symbols of the war effort, embodying the human front of total war. Allied societies similarly leveraged civilian contributions to extraordinary effect, with women entering previously male-dominated sectors in record numbers. In the United States, Rosie the Riveter became an iconic symbol, representing the hundreds of thousands of women producing aircraft, ships, and weapons essential for the Pacific campaigns. Britain's Ministry of Labour mobilized women across industry, agriculture, and civil defense, while volunteer auxiliaries supplemented essential services disrupted by male conscription. Food rationing programs required households to economize, cook creatively, and participate in communal gardening, reinforcing the message that individual sacrifice was vital to national endurance. Propaganda emphasized moral clarity, portraying Japanese militarism as a threat to civilization, thereby linking domestic effort to broader ideological stakes. Civilians endured long hours, shortages, and frequent disruptions, yet the combined efforts of workers, volunteers, and administrators maintained supply lines critical for distant operations. In Australia and Canada, industrial output and raw material exports supported Allied offensives, demonstrating the interdependence of home fronts across continents. Media coverage celebrated perseverance, creating a sense of shared purpose despite physical separation from combat zones. Education systems incorporated war awareness, ensuring that children understood both the stakes and their role in supporting military families. Across the Allies, Civilian societies became extensions of the battlefield, proving that wars are fought as much in factories and kitchens as on distant beaches and jungles. Propaganda in Japan was meticulously engineered to maintain morale, even as the war increasingly strained resources and tested endurance. Posters, films, newspapers, and radio broadcasts depicted heroic soldiers, industrious workers, and loyal citizens, creating a continuous narrative of duty and inevitability. Messages emphasized honor in sacrifice, portraying hardship as a pathway to national glory and eternal memory under the emperor's gaze. Schools and youth programs reinforced militaristic values, training children to endure austerity and contribute to national production. Neighborhood organizations monitored compliance, ensuring that rationing, work quotas, and civil defense drills were observed rigorously. The government tightly controlled information, minimizing reports of setbacks while highlighting small victories to sustain belief in ultimate triumph. Public ceremonies and cultural events were adapted to reinforce patriotic themes, often linking local achievements to broader strategic objectives. Even recreational activities were reframed to support health, resilience, and readiness, blending civilian life with military purpose. The psychological intensity of this environment required constant adaptation by families and communities, balancing fear, fatigue, and determination. Despite growing hardships, the home front remained a critical pillar sustaining Japan's war machine, where obedience and effort directly translated into battlefield potential. Allied propaganda balanced realism and motivation, highlighting the stakes while maintaining morale amid widespread sacrifices. Posters, radio addresses, and films depicted Japanese aggression, Axis crimes, and the global necessity of victory, instilling urgency and purpose in civilians. Messages emphasized solidarity, portraying rationing, labor, and volunteer service as heroic contributions comparable to frontline combat. Children participated through school initiatives, scrap drives, and educational campaigns, linking everyday activities to the national struggle. Cultural icons, celebrities, and community leaders amplified these messages, reinforcing civic responsibility and shared sacrifice. Governments coordinated resource allocation, managing industrial output, food distribution, and labor mobilization to maximize efficiency. Media coverage of battlefield successes inspired hope, while reports of shortages and setbacks were framed as temporary obstacles to ultimate triumph. The integration of production, morale, and civic duty created a comprehensive home front strategy, sustaining the capacity for prolonged conflict. Psychological resilience became as essential as material output, with communities navigating uncertainty while contributing to the broader war effort. By blending information, persuasion, and social cohesion, the Allied home front operated as a critical engine supporting military operations across the Pacific. Rationing shaped daily life profoundly in both Japan and Allied nations, forcing citizens to adapt scarcity with creativity and discipline. In Japan, rice, sugar, oil, and fuel were tightly controlled, with neighborhood committees enforcing compliance and monitoring hoarding. Households learned to stretch limited supplies, substitute ingredients, and engage in communal sharing to survive shortages. Allied populations faced similar measures, with ration books dictating meat, butter, sugar, and gas consumption, compelling citizens to adjust menus, transportation, and daily routines. Victory gardens, urban agriculture, and cooperative initiatives supplemented formal rations, linking domestic ingenuity to the war effort. Schools incorporated lessons on nutrition, conservation, and resourcefulness, reinforcing the idea that survival and contribution were intertwined. Factories and workplaces organized meal programs, break schedules and transportation to maximize productivity while coping with restricted resources. Propaganda reinforced these behaviors, framing them as patriotic acts critical to sustaining soldiers overseas. Civilian endurance under rationing became a measure of national solidarity and collective strength. In both Japan and the Allies, managing scarcity was not merely logistical, it was a social and moral endeavor, binding communities to the objectives of total war. The war reshaped labor dynamics and social structures profoundly across the Pacific theater. Conscripted labor, voluntary work, and shifting gender roles altered traditional patterns, placing civilians at the center of industrial, agricultural, and logistical operations. Japan relied on women, youth, and colonial labor to compensate for manpower shortages, while Allied nations expanded female participation and mobilized younger and older workers. Training, supervision, and organization became critical to sustaining productivity, with governments overseeing not only output, but the morale and efficiency of labor forces. Communities adapted to longer hours, new skill requirements, and frequent disruptions from air raids, transportation limitations, and shortages. The psychological impact of this restructuring was significant, as civilians navigated fear, fatigue, and uncertainty, while maintaining essential contributions. Labor became both a practical necessity and a form of patriotic expression, linking individual effort to collective survival. Industrial and agricultural outputs directly influenced frontline effectiveness, making civilian endurance a decisive component of military campaigns. By integrating work, education, and civic participation, societies forged a home front that mirrored the intensity and stakes of combat zones. The war demonstrated that victory relied as much on civilian dedication and resilience as on battlefield strategy and tactics. By the final years of the Pacific War, the intensity of home front mobilization had reached unprecedented levels, reflecting the totalizing nature of global conflict. In Japan, industrial output, propaganda, rationing, and social control strained families and communities, producing both resilience and exhaustion. Allied nations, while more diverse in structure, faced similar challenges, coordinating production, labor, and morale across continents. Civilians endured sacrifices, managed uncertainty, and contributed to complex supply chains that extended from factories to distant battlefields. Women, youth, and marginalized populations played increasingly visible and indispensable roles, reshaping societal norms and expectations. Propaganda, education, and civic organization intertwined to maintain cohesion and purpose under extreme pressure. Shortages, air raids, and logistical challenges tested endurance, yet communal solidarity and national resolve sustained war efforts. The home front became a crucible where social, economic, and psychological factors converged to support military objectives. Lessons from these civilian experiences underscored the essential interdependence of society and warfare. In the Pacific theater, victory was forged not only by bullets and bombs, but by the countless acts of labor, sacrifice, and perseverance on the home front. By 1944, the Allied air campaign against Japan had escalated into a sustained and devastating offensive aimed at crippling industrial production and undermining civilian morale. Tokyo, Japan's sprawling capital, became the central target of these operations, with its dense wooden architecture creating a tinderbox for incendiary attacks. Under General Curtis LeMay, the U.S. Army Air Forces adopted low-altitude nighttime bombing raids designed to maximize firestorm potential, trading altitude for precision and psychological impact. On the night of March 9–10, 1945, Operation Meeting House unleashed over 300 B-29 superfortresses, carrying thousands of incendiary bombs, creating a firestorm that swept across more than 16 square miles. The conflagration consumed neighborhoods, factories, and entire blocks of residential areas, leaving hundreds of thousands homeless and tens of thousands dead in a single night. Smoke, heat, and chaos rendered rescue efforts nearly impossible, as emergency services were overwhelmed and survivors fled into rivers and open spaces to escape the flames. The psychological shock was profound, as citizens confronted the scale of destruction and the seeming inevitability of further attacks. Tokyo's urban infrastructure, including transportation, utilities, and communications, was decimated, hampering both military coordination and civilian relief. Hospitals overflowed with victims suffering burns, smoke inhalation, and trauma, while rationing and shortages complicated recovery efforts. The firebombing demonstrated the strategic shift toward targeting urban centers to accelerate surrender, blending military objectives with profound human cost. Following the Tokyo raids, the campaign expanded to other major Japanese cities, including Yokohama, Osaka, Nagoya, and Kobe, each subjected to waves of incendiary bombings designed to disrupt war production and civilian morale. In Yokohama, the bombing on May 29, 1945, produced a firestorm that destroyed industrial zones, port facilities, and residential areas, leaving tens of thousands dead and hundreds of thousands displaced. Osaka's factories and warehouses, vital to aircraft and munitions production, were similarly targeted, with precision largely sacrificed for area-wide incendiary destruction. Civilians scrambled for survival amid collapsing buildings, raging fires, and choking smoke, creating chaotic scenes reminiscent of natural disasters rather than wartime operations. Emergency services, already strained by earlier raids, struggled to reach victims, forcing many to seek refuge in rivers, parks, and makeshift shelters. Across all targeted cities, wooden housing, narrow streets, and flammable infrastructure magnified the devastation, producing firestorms that sometimes reached hundreds of meters in height. Reports of casualties varied widely, with some estimates suggesting that individual raids killed more civilians than many European cities had experienced throughout the entire war. Psychological trauma was pervasive, as survivors contended with the sudden loss of family, home, and community, while uncertainty about future attacks fueled constant fear. Industrial output declined sharply as workers were killed, infrastructure destroyed, and supply chains interrupted. The campaign marked a new phase in strategic bombing, where destruction of the urban environment became a direct tool to weaken a nation's capacity to resist. The ethical debate surrounding these bombings emerged immediately, questioning the morality of targeting densely populated civilian areas for strategic purposes. Military planners argued that the destruction of cities was necessary to compel Japan to surrender, shortening the war, and potentially saving millions of lives that would have been lost in a protracted invasion. Critics countered that indiscriminate firebombing blurred the line between combatants and non-combatants, producing unparalleled civilian suffering with questionable proportionality. Documents from Allied command reflect careful deliberation over targets, weights, and timing, balancing military utility with anticipated casualties. Japanese leadership, meanwhile, emphasized civilian sacrifice as a patriotic duty, reinforcing the population's willingness to endure suffering despite the overwhelming scale of destruction. Survivors' testimonies describe unimaginable horror: streets turned into rivers of fire, roofs collapsing under heat, and the screams of the injured echoing across the cityscape. Relief efforts were hampered by fuel shortages, collapsed bridges, and destroyed hospitals, leaving many victims to perish from burns, dehydration, or exposure. Historians continue to debate the necessity versus the brutality of these operations, with some arguing that the firebombings directly influenced Japan's eventual decision to surrender. Despite the controversy, the raids undeniably accelerated the collapse of Japanese industrial capacity and the psychological toll on leadership and civilians alike. The moral and strategic dimensions of these bombings remain central to discussions of modern aerial warfare and the limits of military ethics. The firebombing raids relied on a combination of innovative technology and strategic planning, with B-29 superfortresses equipped for low-altitude night attacks to maximize incendiary impact. Incendiary bombs, often containing napalm or jellied gasoline, were designed to ignite wooden structures and produce cascading firestorms. Pathfinders preceded the main waves, dropping flares and marker bombs to guide hundreds of bombers through dense urban terrain. Pilots and crews trained extensively for these operations, rehearsing low-level formation flying, precise timing, and coordination with ground intelligence to ensure maximum destruction. Meteorological conditions, wind patterns, and humidity were factored into planning, as even minor errors could reduce effectiveness or expose crews to anti-aircraft fire. Japanese anti-aircraft defenses, while significant in number, were largely ineffective against high-speed nighttime raids, though searchlights and flak occasionally damaged aircraft and added to operational risk. Each raid required meticulous logistical coordination, from fuel allocation and bomb loading to maintenance schedules and crew rotations. Despite these challenges, the raids achieved devastating efficiency, leveling entire city blocks and causing structural damage that would take decades to repair. The scale of destruction in Tokyo alone surpassed any conventional bombing campaign previously seen in warfare history. The success, in military terms, came at the cost of unprecedented human suffering, leaving an indelible mark on the narrative of total war. Civilian experiences during the firebombing campaigns highlight both the resilience and the vulnerability of populations under siege. Families improvise shelters in basements, cellars, and temporary bunkers, often crowded beyond capacity, and providing only minimal protection against heat and smoke. Children were separated from parents during the chaos. Elders struggled to escape collapsed buildings, and hospitals became overwhelmed with injured civilians, lacking both space and medical supplies. Some survivors described entering rivers or canals to avoid flames, only to face hypothermia, drowning, or disease in the aftermath. Social networks and community support were critical, with neighbors assisting one another in rescue, evacuation, and provision of food and water amid scarcity. Relief organizations, though present, faced monumental obstacles in reaching affected zones due to destroyed infrastructure and continued risk of follow-up raids. The psychological toll was immense, with trauma manifesting in shock, grief, and long-term mental health effects. Amid the destruction, daily survival became the paramount concern, with food, shelter, and safety overshadowing all else. Eyewitness accounts repeatedly emphasized the suddenness and scale of devastation, reinforcing the perception that no part of the urban environment was safe. Civilian endurance became both a testament to human resilience and a tragic marker of the war's indiscriminate violence. The cumulative effect of the firebombings on Japan's war effort was both material and psychological. Industrial output plummeted as factories were destroyed, workers killed or displaced, and supply chains disrupted. Urban infrastructure, including railways, ports, and power grids, suffered catastrophic damage, complicating coordination of military logistics and civilian administration. Civilians, overwhelmed by loss and trauma, faced daily challenges in securing basic necessities, further straining the home front. The Japanese government's propaganda emphasized perseverance, portraying suffering as patriotic duty and attempting to maintain morale despite mounting evidence of vulnerability. Allied strategists considered these raids pivotal in weakening Japanese resolve, complementing naval blockades and conventional military operations across the Pacific. Intelligence reports indicated that civilian panic and disruption of production had measurable effects on the ability of Japan to sustain prolonged resistance. Air raids became both a tool of strategic warfare and psychological operations, intended to erode the population's faith in leadership and capacity for endurance. Yet the human cost remained staggering, with hundreds of thousands killed and more injured or displaced across multiple cities. The firebombing campaign blurred traditional distinctions between battlefield and civilian space, reflecting the brutal logic of total war. Ultimately, the raids forced Japan to confront the impossibility of continued resistance in an increasingly untenable strategic environment. International reactions to the firebombing campaigns were mixed, reflecting the tension between military necessity and moral responsibility. Allied leadership defended the raids as an essential strategy to shorten the war, citing the alternative of a full-scale invasion, which would have resulted in millions of combatant and civilian deaths. Critics, including some politicians, journalists, and humanitarian organizations, decried the indiscriminate nature of attacks on dense urban centers, arguing that they violated emerging principles of international law and human decency. In Japan, the raids reinforced both fear and defiance, with propaganda emphasizing sacrifice and the threat posed by foreign powers, though the cumulative effect gradually undermined civilian morale. Historical documentation, including reconnaissance photographs and survivor testimonies, later revealed the unparalleled scale of destruction and suffering, providing stark evidence for post-war ethical reflection. Comparisons with European bombing campaigns highlighted both similarities and differences in tactics, targets, and cultural impact. The firebombings of Tokyo and other cities thus became focal points in debates over strategic bombing doctrine, ethics of civilian targeting, and the limits of military conduct. These discussions continue to influence military planning, international law, and historical interpretation of total war. The enduring question of whether the raids were necessary remains central to evaluations of Allied strategy in the Pacific. Ultimately, the events demonstrated the profound moral and operational complexities of modern warfare. The firebombing campaign set the stage for Japan's eventual surrender by demonstrating the vulnerability of its cities and civilian population. The combination of destroyed infrastructure, disrupted industry, and civilian casualties created cumulative pressure on Japanese leadership, signaling that the nation's ability to wage war was deteriorating rapidly. Survivors, while enduring immense hardship, bore witness to the catastrophic consequences of modern aerial warfare and the destructive power of incendiary technology. These attacks, alongside naval blockades, submarine warfare, and conventional ground campaigns, contributed decisively to the strategic isolation of Japan. The moral calculus, weighing civilian suffering against the projected cost of invasion, remained a point of contention among historians, strategists, and ethicists. For contemporary audiences, the firebombings illustrate the human cost of strategic decisions made in wartime, revealing both the ingenuity and destructiveness of military innovation. They also underscore the vulnerability of urban populations in total war, where front lines dissolve into civilian spaces. The operational lessons learned informed future military planning, including considerations of precision targeting, risk assessment, and psychological impact. Civilians' resilience in the face of devastation demonstrated both extraordinary courage and the limits of endurance. The legacy of these raids resonates in discussions of ethics, strategy, and the collective memory of World War II. Ultimately, the firebombings of Tokyo and Japanese cities represent one of the most harrowing chapters of the Pacific War. They exemplify the convergence of military strategy, technological innovation, and total war's human cost. Hundreds of thousands perished, entire cities were obliterated, and survivors faced trauma that would last a lifetime. The raids accelerated Japan's defeat, but also posed enduring questions about the ethics of targeting civilian populations in pursuit of strategic objectives. Eyewitness testimonies, operational records, and historical analyses collectively illuminate both the precision and indiscriminate destruction inherent in these campaigns. The physical destruction of urban landscapes paralleled the psychological devastation experienced by civilians, leaving scars on the national consciousness. Strategic objectives were achieved, yet at a moral and humanitarian price that continues to provoke reflection. These firebombing campaigns illustrate the brutal calculus of modern warfare, where technology amplifies both effectiveness and suffering. As history remembers these events, they serve as both a warning and a lesson in the balance between military necessity and human cost. In the narrative of the Pacific War, the firebombings remain a stark reminder of war's indiscriminate capacity to destroy life, culture, and community. The small volcanic island of Iwo Jima, barely 8 square miles in area, became one of the most fiercely contested battlefields of the Pacific War, a symbol of strategic necessity and human cost. For the United States, its capture promised airfields for fighter escorts and emergency landings, critical for the upcoming bombing campaigns over Japan. Japanese defenders, under Lieutenant General Tadamichi Kuribayashi, had transformed the island into a labyrinth of fortified bunkers, tunnels, and hidden artillery positions, maximizing defensive potential against a numerically superior enemy. From February 19, 1945, the first waves of Marines landed on black volcanic sand under a relentless hail of machine gun and artillery fire. Amphibious assaults were met with entrenched resistance, as every inch of terrain was prepared for a deadly defense, with concealed positions allowing Japanese forces to strike from multiple directions simultaneously. The landscape itself became an adversary, with jagged cliffs, lava fields, and volcanic ash compounding the difficulty of movement and supply for the attackers. Casualties mounted rapidly, with Marines falling to sniper fire, mortars, and sudden flanking attacks, while medics struggled to evacuate the wounded through craters and rubble-strewn beaches. The iconic image of the island's capture, the raising of the American flag on Mount Suribachi, emerged only after days of bloody fighting, capturing both triumph and the grim cost of victory. Smoke, fire, and the relentless echo of gunfire transformed the island into a hellscape where strategy and human endurance collided. Each advance came at a staggering price, leaving a stark reminder of the human consequences of strategic necessity. The Japanese defensive strategy on Iwo Jima was meticulous and unyielding, reflecting lessons learned from earlier Pacific battles. Kuribayashi had ordered the construction of over 11 miles of interconnected tunnels, allowing defenders to move troops and supplies unseen while minimizing exposure to naval and aerial bombardment. Hidden artillery emplacements and fortified bunkers enabled devastating counterattacks against landing forces, while pillboxes and machine gun nests lined the narrow beaches, creating kill zones that claimed thousands of American lives within hours. The terrain itself was weaponized, with volcanic ash slowing troop movement and providing minimal cover from enemy fire. Each hill and ridge became a defensive stronghold, forcing Marines to adapt with flamethrowers, demolition charges, and painstakingly slow infantry advances. Japanese soldiers were trained to fight to the last man, refusing surrender, and often choosing death over captivity, which intensified the psychological strain on attackers. Communications within the tunnel networks, allowed for coordinated, unexpected strikes, surprising US forces despite superior numbers and firepower. The island's defenses reflected a blend of ingenuity, desperation, and deep-seated commitment, transforming Iwo Jima into a fortress of unimaginable endurance. For the Americans, every step inland was a calculated risk, as the cost of a single advance often equaled weeks of manpower. The island's defense exemplified the lethal combination of terrain, fortification, and human determination in wartime. American military planning for Iwo Jima emphasized overwhelming firepower and coordinated assaults to offset Japanese advantages. Naval bombardments preceded landings for days, targeting beaches, gun emplacements, and visible fortifications, though much of the enemy remained concealed within tunnels. The use of aerial reconnaissance helped identify likely points of resistance, yet the intricate underground network allowed many defenders to survive and counterattack unexpectedly. Amphibious landings relied on synchronized timing, with waves of infantry, tanks, and support units converging under suppressive fire to establish footholds on the island. Flamethrower tanks and demolition teams became essential for clearing fortified positions, moving block by block through bunkers, caves, and pillboxes. Artillery barrages, though intense, often failed to neutralize defenders hidden deep within volcanic rock, highlighting the difficulty of assaulting a well-prepared island fortress. Casualty evacuation posed major logistical challenges, as medics navigated cratered terrain under constant fire, risking life to save wounded soldiers. The psychological strain on Marines was immense, as the combination of relentless fire, claustrophobic tunnels, and constant threat of ambush tested endurance and morale. Officers coordinated attacks meticulously, balancing aggression with caution, knowing that any misstep could result in catastrophic losses. Despite meticulous planning, the battle proved a grueling testament to the lethality of entrenched defensive warfare. Daily life on the battlefield was a mixture of chaos, fear, and resilience under continuous stress. Marines endured scorching daytime heat and freezing nights in volcanic ash, with limited access to clean water and food under bombardment. The deafening noise of artillery, mortars, and small arms fire created sensory overload, while smoke and dust reduced visibility and made breathing difficult. Wounded soldiers, sometimes trapped in craters or rubble, relied on comrades risking their lives to provide aid, creating bonds forged in extreme adversity. Soldiers had to clear tunnels and fortified positions with flamethrowers and grenades, facing both visible and unseen threats as defenders emerged from concealed passages. Rations were often minimal and improvised, further taxing physical stamina amidst relentless combat. Psychological strain manifested in exhaustion, trauma, and moments of despair, tempered by camaraderie, training, and the determination to achieve mission objectives. Nighttime brought intermittent shelling, sabotage, and infiltration attempts, leaving little respite for weary troops. Letters from home, though infrequent, provided emotional sustenance, reminding soldiers of the stakes beyond the island's volcanic shores. Every day represented a microcosm of total war, where survival, strategy, and sacrifice converged in brutal immediacy. The daily realities of Iwo Jima exemplified the human cost behind iconic military achievements. The strategic importance of Iwo Jima extended beyond immediate military objectives, influencing the broader conduct of the Pacific War. Captured airfields allowed American B-29 bombers to have emergency landing sites, increasing the safety and operational range of strategic bombing missions over Japan. The island's capture also denied Japan a key observation and early warning post, reducing the ability to detect and intercept Allied aircraft. Intelligence reports indicated that controlling Iwo Jima facilitated closer monitoring of Japanese troop movements and supply lines in the region. The battle's symbolic weight resonated worldwide, demonstrating American resolve and the willingness to endure extreme casualties to secure pivotal objectives. Japanese leadership faced a critical psychological blow as the loss undermined confidence in their capacity to repel Allied advances. For the Allies, the victory reinforced lessons in amphibious warfare, coordination, and the integration of combined arms in hostile terrain. However, the staggering losses underscored the challenge of island campaigns, where even small landmasses could exact a disproportionate human cost. Strategists calculated the high cost against long-term gains, weighing immediate casualties against projected advantages in future operations. Iwo Jima became a case study in the convergence of tactical necessity, human endurance, and the strategic imperatives of war. Its capture marked both a turning point and a stark illustration of the price of victory in the Pacific. Japanese resistance was characterized by unyielding determination and innovative defensive tactics. Soldiers utilized the volcanic landscape to their advantage, creating concealed firing positions and interconnected caves to move undetected. Counterattacks were frequent, often emerging at night or from unexpected directions, inflicting maximum casualties on advancing American units. The commitment to fight to the last man reflected a cultural and military ethos of honor, sacrifice, and unwavering loyalty to the emperor. Even when cut off from supplies or surrounded, Japanese troops continued to resist, demonstrating remarkable ingenuity in conserving ammunition and exploiting terrain. Suicide attacks, banzai charges, and ambushes created continuous threats for American forces, forcing constant vigilance. Observers noted that the defenders' discipline and training allowed them to withstand overwhelming bombardment and isolation. This form of resistance amplified the psychological toll on attackers, as progress was measured in yards gained and lives lost. Casualty figures reflected this determination, with the Japanese suffering near total annihilation while inflicting significant losses on the enemy. The battle's narrative became inseparable from these acts of defiance, illustrating the interplay of strategy, culture, and sacrifice. The iconic flag raising atop Mount Suribachi on February 23, 1945, became a powerful symbol of the battle and American perseverance. While the event lasted mere minutes, its image captured by Associated Press photographer Joe Rosenthal resonated worldwide, representing both military triumph and the human cost embedded in each step of victory. The photograph inspired morale at home, bolstered public support for continued operations in the Pacific, and immortalized the soldiers' bravery. Yet the image belied the ongoing struggle across the rest of the island, where fierce resistance persisted for weeks. Mount Suribachi's capture was a tactical milestone, enabling artillery observation and providing a symbolic foothold for advancing forces. Behind the celebrated photograph, Marines continued to face deadly tunnels, fortified positions, and the remnants of Japanese counterattacks. The contrast between iconic imagery and the protracted bloody battle highlighted the complexity of war representation. Each victory was both a cause for celebration and a reminder of the staggering human toll. The raising of the flag became inseparable from the narrative of sacrifice, endurance, and the grim realities of total war. It crystallized the paradox of heroism amid suffering, immortalizing a moment while the battle raged on. By the time Iwo Jima was declared fully secured on March 26, 1945, the island had become a landscape of devastation and human loss. Over 6,800 American lives were lost, nearly 20,000 wounded, and Japanese casualties exceeded 18,000 killed, with only a few hundred taken prisoner. The volcanic terrain bore the scars of bombardment, flamethrowers, and artillery, with destroyed fortifications, cratered beaches, and collapsed tunnels marking the ferocity of the fighting. The island of Okinawa, strategically positioned just 350 miles from the Japanese mainland, became the final crucible of the Pacific War, a battle that would foreshadow the cost of a potential invasion of Japan itself. In April 1945, over 180,000 American troops landed on the southern beaches, facing a deeply entrenched Japanese force of nearly 100,000 soldiers prepared for a defense of unparalleled ferocity. The island's rugged terrain, steep ridges, and extensive cave networks gave Japanese defenders a deadly advantage, allowing them to stage ambushes, artillery strikes, and night attacks that slowed American advances at every turn. From the outset, kamikaze tactics devastated the U.S. fleet, as hundreds of aircraft deliberately crashed into warships, sinking carriers, destroyers, and transports while inflicting thousands of casualties. Each day brought relentless combat in jungles and villages, with infantry, tanks, and artillery engaged in brutal close-quarters fighting, leaving no safe ground for maneuver. The civilian population, caught between the two armies, suffered immensely, with tens of thousands killed by artillery, bombs, and forced conscriptions into the conflict. Hospitals, schools, and homes were transformed into temporary fortresses or shelters, yet few offered protection from the devastation that swept the island. Logistics became a nightmare for the attackers, as supply lines were threatened by both terrain and desperate defenders, requiring constant coordination of land, sea, and air support. Despite the overwhelming firepower, progress was measured in mere yards, with each ridge and village costing hundreds of lives. The Battle of Okinawa thus became a grim prelude to the invasion of Japan, demonstrating the staggering human cost of closing in on the enemy homeland. The Japanese defense strategy reflected a calculated decision to maximize casualties for every inch of territory, hoping to dissuade the Americans from a full-scale invasion of Japan. Lieutenant General Mitsuru Ushijima, commanding the 32nd Army, emphasized a policy of attritional warfare, utilizing caves, tunnels, and reinforced ridgelines to create kill zones across the southern half of the island. Artillery was positioned on hidden ridges, capable of devastating naval and land forces without exposing the gunners. Kamikaze units, trained from the earliest stages of the conflict, were integrated into the overall defensive plan, targeting aircraft carriers and supply ships to reduce operational capacity. Each village became a miniature fortress, with civilians often coerced into building defenses, further intertwining the human and military dimensions of the battle. Suicide charges, hand-to-hand combat, and night raids amplified the psychological toll on American forces, as danger lurked around every corner. Communication through tunnels and caves allowed Japanese commanders to coordinate unexpected counterattacks, maintaining pressure despite being heavily outnumbered. The defensive preparations ensured that every inch of territory exacted a price in blood, testing the limits of U.S. endurance and strategy. Even when cut off from supplies, Japanese troops continued to resist fiercely, reflecting both military discipline and cultural commitment. Okinawa's defense epitomized the lethal combination of terrain, preparation, and human resolve. American military planning relied on overwhelming firepower, precise coordination, and gradual advances to mitigate the risks of entrenched resistance. Naval bombardments preceded the landings, targeting coastal fortifications, artillery positions, and potential strongholds. Yet many Japanese defenses remained intact within caves and underground networks. B-29 bombers supplemented the bombardment, dropping incendiaries and high explosives to weaken enemy positions and disrupt supply lines. Once ashore, infantry and armored units faced immediate resistance, often engaging in close-quarters combat in villages, ridges, and dense vegetation. Flamethrowers, demolition charges, and coordinated artillery were used to neutralize fortified positions, while medics navigated chaotic battlefields to evacuate wounded soldiers. Nighttime operations required heightened vigilance, as Japanese forces utilized darkness for infiltration, ambushes, and suicide attacks. Supply chains were maintained through complex coordination of naval convoys and airdrops, essential for sustaining the momentum of the assault. Commanders balanced aggression with caution, knowing that rash advances could result in devastating casualties. Tactical lessons from previous island campaigns were applied, yet Okinawa's size, terrain, and defensive ingenuity made progress excruciatingly slow. The American approach highlighted both the effectiveness of firepower and the limits of human endurance in total war. Civilian suffering on Okinawa was catastrophic, illustrating the blurred lines between military and human costs. An estimated 100,000 Okinawan civilians perished during the 3-month campaign, victims of artillery, bombing, disease, and starvation. Many were caught in crossfires or forced into caves with soldiers, experiencing deprivation, fear, and trauma as combat raged around them. Japanese propaganda encouraged civilians to commit suicide rather than surrender, further inflating casualties and compounding the psychological toll on survivors. Temporary shelters were often destroyed or overcrowded, leaving families vulnerable to shelling and airstrikes. Medical facilities were overwhelmed, unable to cope with the volume of injured, both civilian and military, creating impossible conditions for treatment. Access to food and water was severely restricted, forcing improvisation and survival strategies under constant threat. The presence of civilians complicated military operations, as attackers had to navigate combat zones while minimizing non-combatant deaths where possible. The human landscape of Okinawa became inseparable from the battle itself, with the suffering of ordinary people echoing through the narrative of military achievement. Each victory came at a profound cost, highlighting the moral and logistical complexities of modern warfare. The experience of Okinawan civilians underscores the enduring tragedy of total war, where survival became a daily struggle amidst relentless violence. Kamikaze attacks became a defining feature of the Okinawa campaign, demonstrating both innovation and desperation in Japanese military strategy. Squadrons of aircraft, laden with explosives, targeted ships of all sizes, creating sudden and devastating losses for the American fleet. Destroyers, escort carriers, and supply ships were particularly vulnerable, with impacts causing fires, capsizing, and mass casualties. Pilots were trained for one-way missions, often young and inexperienced, yet highly committed to inflicting maximum damage. The psychological impact on American sailors was profound, with each alert signaling potential destruction and testing morale under sustained threat. Anti-aircraft defenses engaged continuously, while radar and intelligence attempted to predict and intercept attacks. Despite technological advantages, the unpredictable nature of kamikaze strikes meant that naval losses were unavoidable. These missions reflected the broader ethos of sacrifice and the Japanese commitment to national defense at any cost. Each attack was both tactical and symbolic, reinforcing resistance even as strategic defeat became inevitable. The kamikaze campaign foreshadowed the extremes to which Japan was prepared to go to protect its homeland. The island's terrain amplified the lethality of every engagement, with ridges, cliffs, and caves serving as natural fortifications. Dense vegetation limited visibility, while volcanic ash and soil hindered movement, making every advance a physically and psychologically exhausting effort. Artillery and sniper positions took full advantage of the terrain, allowing defenders to strike with precision while minimizing exposure. Engineering units were tasked with clearing paths, constructing bridges, and maintaining supply lines under constant threat, often working under fire. Every ridge gained required meticulous coordination, as missteps could result in ambushes or devastating artillery strikes. The use of natural caves for storage and defense allowed Japanese forces to survive bombardment that might have decimated exposed positions. Commanders on both sides had to adapt continuously, integrating reconnaissance and intelligence into tactical decisions to overcome terrain challenges. Casualties were amplified by these conditions, as evacuation of wounded and resupply became slow and hazardous. The landscape itself became an adversary, shaping the course, pace, and human cost of the battle. Okinawa's topography exemplified the interplay between nature and warfare, where geography dictated strategy and sacrifice. By June 1945, after nearly 3 months of continuous combat, the American forces gradually secured Okinawa, though at staggering human cost. More than 12,000 American soldiers were killed, over 36,000 wounded, and Japanese military casualties exceeded 100,000, with tens of thousands of civilians dead. The island's infrastructure was obliterated, with villages flattened, roads destroyed, and essential resources exhausted. The victory provided a critical staging ground for the planned invasion of Japan, including airfields and naval bases to support the final operations of the Pacific Campaign. The strategic significance was tempered by the immense cost, raising questions among Allied planners about the potential casualties of a full-scale mainland invasion. Survivors, both military and civilian, faced the daunting task of rebuilding amid rubble, trauma, and loss. The intensity of the battle underscored the extreme challenges of amphibious assaults against well-prepared defenses in constrained terrain. Lessons from Okinawa shaped subsequent operational planning, including the controversial decision to use atomic weapons to avoid an invasion of Japan. The battle revealed the limits of conventional warfare and the immense human price of strategic necessity. Okinawa's legacy became a stark reminder of the brutality inherent in the final stages of total war. The psychological toll on soldiers, sailors, and civilians was profound and enduring, leaving scars that lasted decades. Marines and army troops who fought on the island recounted nightmares, survivor guilt, and the trauma of witnessing mass death and destruction. Sailors faced the constant threat of kamikaze attacks, with sudden devastation striking without warning, shaping a pervasive sense of vulnerability. Civilians were forced to navigate a landscape of violence, scarcity, and coerced participation, experiencing trauma from both occupation and liberation. Families were torn apart, with many losing multiple generations in a matter of months, leaving survivors to confront staggering grief. Post-war accounts, diaries, and memoirs revealed the profound emotional strain endured, highlighting the human dimension of operational statistics. For military planners, the experience underscored the moral and psychological considerations that accompany tactical and strategic decisions. The memory of Okinawa influenced both military doctrine and cultural understanding of the war's human cost. Each individual story contributed to a collective narrative of resilience, suffering, and endurance. The battle remains a testament to the human consequences of strategic ambition at the very end of a global conflict. Okinawa stands as both a military achievement and a warning of the consequences of total war, shaping the final stages of the Pacific Campaign. The staggering losses, civilian suffering, and ferocity of resistance foreshadowed the potential devastation of a direct invasion of Japan's home islands. Military planners recognized the immense cost of continued conventional operations, influencing the decision to deploy atomic weapons in August 1945 to compel surrender. The battle exemplified the interplay between strategy, sacrifice, and terrain, revealing the limits of human endurance under extreme conditions. Commemoration of Okinawa honors both the bravery of the combatants and the suffering of civilians, preserving the memory of a pivotal moment in history. Historical analysis emphasizes the importance of logistics, combined arms operations, and psychological resilience in understanding the battle's dynamics. The island's story provides insight into the nature of warfare in the Pacific theater, where geography, determination, and technology converged with deadly effect. Lessons from Okinawa continue to resonate in military studies, emphasizing the human and strategic dimensions of conflict. As a precursor to Japan's surrender, the battle shaped the final months of World War II in the Pacific. Okinawa remains an enduring symbol of sacrifice, illustrating the profound cost of victory and the shadow cast by total war. By mid-1945, the United States possessed a weapon unlike any the world had ever seen, the product of years of secret research under the Manhattan Project. In hidden laboratories from Los Alamos to Oak Ridge, scientists worked tirelessly to unlock the immense power of nuclear fission, racing against both time and uncertainty. Physicists such as Robert Oppenheimer, Enrico Fermi, and Niels Bohr grappled not only with technical challenges, but with the ethical weight of what they were creating, aware that a single bomb could annihilate an entire city. Military planners, meanwhile, envisioned the weapon as a decisive instrument capable of compelling Japan's surrender without the catastrophic casualties of a conventional invasion. The Japanese homeland, though reeling from firebombings and blockade-induced starvation, showed no sign of capitulation, reinforcing the American perception that a traditional invasion could cost hundreds of thousands of Allied lives. President Harry S. Truman, newly sworn in after Roosevelt's death, faced the monumental decision of whether to deploy a weapon of unprecedented destruction or continue conventional warfare. Advisors, generals, and scientists debated fiercely, weighing military necessity against moral considerations, cultural implications, and the future of international norms. The bomb promised a swift resolution, but the consequences, both human and geopolitical, were uncertain, introducing a profound tension into wartime decision-making. Truman's resolve would soon crystallize amid a complex mix of strategy, revenge for Pearl Harbor, and the desire to end the war before Soviet involvement deepened. The question of choice lingered heavily over the corridors of power, shaping history in ways that would echo for decades. The Manhattan Project had advanced in near-total secrecy, a monumental undertaking that mobilized tens of thousands of scientists, engineers, and laborers across the United States. Enormous industrial facilities produced enriched uranium and plutonium, materials essential for the unprecedented chain reaction that would unleash unimaginable energy. Test explosions such as the Trinity test in July 1945 demonstrated the weapon's cataclysmic power, obliterating test structures and producing a mushroom cloud visible for miles. The success of these tests convinced military planners that operational deployment was feasible and would achieve the shock necessary to compel surrender. Target selection became a meticulous process, with cities such as Hiroshima and Nagasaki chosen for their military significance, urban density, and symbolic value. Each target represented both a tactical advantage and an ethical quandary, as civilian populations would inevitably bear the brunt of destruction. Intelligence and reconnaissance reports shaped decision-making, estimating the potential impact on Japanese infrastructure and military command. At the same time, scientists and military officials wrestled with the long-term radiation effects, poorly understood at the time, but already raising moral concerns. The interplay of technology, strategy, and human consequences created a uniquely complex battlefield where physics and policy collided. The magnitude of the weapon transformed warfare itself, introducing a paradigm that was as psychological as it was physical. President Truman faced immense pressure from military leaders, political advisors, and public opinion to end the war swiftly. General Dwight D. Eisenhower, among others, cautioned that an invasion of Japan would result in staggering casualties, potentially exceeding 1 million Allied and Japanese deaths. Others argued that Japan might surrender if given a demonstration of the bomb's power, but there was disagreement over whether a warning alone would suffice. Truman balanced these perspectives against his own strategic imperatives to save American lives, secure Japan's unconditional surrender, and assert geopolitical influence in the post-war world. Ethical debates were central to the decision, with some advisors fearing that targeting civilians would irreparably stain the United States' moral authority. Simultaneously, the emerging rivalry with the Soviet Union added urgency, as the US sought to end the war before the USSR could exert influence over Japan. The President consulted with Secretary of War Henry Stimson and other key figures, weighing military necessity against humanitarian concerns and global perception. Each discussion highlighted the unprecedented nature of the choice, where no historical precedent could guide judgment. Truman ultimately concluded that decisive action, though morally troubling, was required to prevent even greater loss of life. The decision exemplified the intersection of morality, strategy, and human consequence in total war. Military planning for the atomic bomb's deployment was precise, coordinated, and shrouded in secrecy to prevent leaks or sabotage. Specially modified B-29 bombers, including the Enola Gay, were prepared to carry the device with exacting precision, ensuring successful delivery on the designated target. Crews trained for hours in flight simulations, navigation, and detonation procedures, aware that failure could jeopardize the entire strategic objective. Logistical support included weather reconnaissance, fuel calculations, and contingency planning for unforeseen obstacles. Target cities were extensively studied for military and industrial significance, with Hiroshima selected for its army headquarters, supply depots, and communication centers. Timing was calculated to maximize both operational efficiency and psychological impact, with early morning attacks intended to minimize initial civilian movement while maintaining strategic surprise. Intelligence reports assessed potential Japanese defenses and the likelihood of effective countermeasures, though the novelty of nuclear weapons made predictions uncertain. Coordination between the Manhattan Project scientists, the U.S. Army Air Forces, and the highest levels of government was meticulous, ensuring that operational, ethical, and strategic dimensions were integrated. The planning process reflected a combination of military discipline, scientific precision, and moral tension. The resulting operation would forever redefine the calculus of war and the perception of human destructiveness. Ethical debates permeated every level of decision-making, as scientists and officials confronted the reality of mass civilian casualties. Letters and petitions circulated among Manhattan Project scientists, some urging a demonstration on an uninhabited area to shock the Japanese government without indiscriminate killing. Others argued that the demonstration might fail or be ignored, prolonging the war and increasing overall casualties. Military leaders countered that only decisive action, striking a populated target, would compel surrender and save lives in the long term. Publicly, the US government framed the action as necessary to end the conflict swiftly and prevent further loss of Allied and Japanese soldiers. Privately, the moral calculus weighed heavily, as planners understood that tens of thousands of civilians would die immediately, with many more suffering radiation effects over time. Debates extended to cultural considerations, questioning the implications of targeting a society with deep traditions of honor and resistance. The psychological impact on American crews and future generations was also a consideration, as the unprecedented act would alter the moral landscape of warfare. Ultimately, the decision reflected a balance of pragmatism, expedience, and moral compromise. The ethical dimension of the atomic bomb remains one of history's most profound and contested questions. The Manhattan Project scientists themselves were deeply divided over the use of their creation, reflecting the tension between scientific achievement and human cost. Robert Oppenheimer famously wrestled with the moral implications, acknowledging the destructive power yet trusting military judgment on deployment. Some researchers resigned themselves to the inevitability of use, focusing on technical success rather than operational ethics. Others, including Leo Szilard, advocated for a demonstration or diplomatic alternative, fearing the precedent set by using the bomb on populated cities. Correspondence and internal debates reveal a profound consciousness of responsibility, yet the chain of command ultimately deferred to presidential and military authority. Scientists were acutely aware that the weapon's impact would extend far beyond immediate military objectives, reshaping international politics and future warfare. The Trinity test, a flash of blinding light and seismic shock, served as both proof of success and moral awakening for many involved. The psychological effect on those who witnessed the detonation underscored the unprecedented nature of nuclear warfare. The decision to deploy the bomb would intertwine science, strategy, and morality in ways never before experienced. The scientist's dilemma mirrored the broader tension between innovation and ethics in total war. The international dimension added urgency and complexity to the decision. The Soviet Union's impending entry into the war against Japan was widely anticipated, raising concerns about post-war influence in East Asia. American leaders feared that prolonged combat might allow Soviet forces to occupy parts of Japan, altering the geopolitical balance. The atomic bomb offered a means to end the war decisively before Soviet participation could complicate negotiations. Diplomacy, intelligence, and military strategy intersected as Truman sought both to end hostilities and assert U.S. influence in the post-war order. The ethical dimension was heightened by global scrutiny, as the first use of nuclear weapons would be observed by the world and remembered for generations. Contingency plans considered surrender overtures, Japanese resilience, and the possibility of a failed strike. The interplay of timing, psychology, and strategic calculation reinforced the perception that the atomic bomb was both a weapon and a political instrument. Every decision reflected the dual imperatives of ending the war and shaping post-war power dynamics. The international stakes made the choice uniquely consequential, embedding the atomic bomb in the larger narrative of global diplomacy and human history. In the final calculus, urgency and consequence converged in an irreversible moment. In late July 1945, Truman authorized the use of the atomic bomb against selected targets in Japan, setting the stage for the first detonation in wartime history. Hiroshima, a city of 350,000, became the first target, chosen for its military significance and industrial infrastructure. The Enola Gay, piloted by Colonel Paul Tibbets, carried the Little Boy uranium bomb, traveling across the Pacific under the veil of secrecy. Crews understood the gravity of their mission, executing navigation, timing, and bomb release with meticulous precision. At 8:15 a.m. on August 6, 1945, the bomb exploded with a force equivalent to 15,000 tons of TNT, instantly flattening the city and killing tens of thousands. 3 days later, Nagasaki was struck with Fat Man, a plutonium device, compounding devastation and signaling the unstoppable reach of nuclear weapons. The bombings forced Japan to confront the full scope of American technological and military power, precipitating surrender. The decisions made in those weeks reflected a convergence of strategy, morality, and unprecedented destructive capability. The aftermath would redefine warfare, international law, and the ethical responsibility of nations in conflict. Hiroshima and Nagasaki became symbols of both triumph and tragedy, marking the atomic age's inception. The consequences of the decision reverberated immediately, both on the battlefield and in political arenas worldwide. Japanese leadership, confronted with the scale of destruction and the Soviet entry into the war, faced no option but unconditional surrender. American public opinion overwhelmingly supported the bombings at the time, viewing them as a necessary measure to end the conflict. Globally, the bombings provoked intense debate over morality, legality, and the ethics of targeting civilian populations. Survivors' testimonies later revealed the profound human suffering, from instant fatalities to long-term radiation illnesses, embedding the event in collective memory. Military historians analyze the atomic bomb as both a strategic tool and a psychological weapon, demonstrating the convergence of technology and warfare. Diplomatic consequences shaped post-war negotiations, influencing US, Soviet, and Japanese relations for decades. The decision also ignited the nuclear arms race, as nations recognized the strategic leverage of atomic capabilities. Scholars continue to examine the balance between necessity, morality, and consequence, grappling with the unprecedented nature of the choice. The decision remains a defining moment, illustrating the intersection of human ambition, technological power, and ethical responsibility. Ultimately, the decision to use the atomic bomb exemplifies the profound moral and strategic dilemmas of modern warfare. It was a choice shaped by urgency, scientific achievement, military necessity, and geopolitical calculation. The human cost was staggering, yet the calculus prioritized ending the war and preventing even greater Allied and Japanese casualties. The decision irrevocably altered the course of history, inaugurating the nuclear age and reshaping global power structures. Hiroshima and Nagasaki stand as enduring reminders of both human ingenuity and human vulnerability. Ethical debates sparked by the bomb continue to resonate in international law, military doctrine, and public consciousness. The episode underscores the tension between technological capability and moral responsibility, a dilemma that remains relevant in contemporary conflict. The atomic bomb forced the world to confront the limits of human destructiveness and the responsibilities inherent in wielding such power. In the annals of history, the decision exemplifies the collision of science, strategy, and conscience. It marks a moment when human choice irrevocably changed the trajectory of war and civilization itself. At 8:15 a.m. on August 6, 1945, Hiroshima became the stage for an unprecedented act of war as the little boy uranium bomb detonated over the city. In an instant, tens of thousands of lives were extinguished, while countless more suffered horrific injuries from burns, collapsing buildings, and flying debris. The city's industrial and military infrastructure was obliterated, leaving streets unrecognizable and landmarks reduced to rubble. Survivors, known as hibakusha, recounted scenes of unimaginable chaos, with people fleeing into rivers to escape the searing heat and radioactive fallout. The sky blazed with an intense, almost otherworldly light, and a towering mushroom cloud rose, signaling to the world a terrifying new era of weaponry. Emergency response was non-existent, and hospitals, themselves damaged, could barely treat the overwhelming flood of casualties. Radiation sickness soon manifested, with delayed effects claiming thousands of additional lives in the weeks and months that followed. The psychological trauma etched itself into survivors, leaving scars both visible and invisible for generations. Newspapers worldwide carried stark photographs, reporting a level of destruction humanity had never witnessed. The world's first atomic strike had not only decimated a city, but also irrevocably altered the rules of warfare. 3 days later, on August 9th, 1945, Nagasaki endured the second atomic attack, this time by the plutonium device known as Fat Man. The bomb exploded over a city already strained by conventional bombings, instantly killing tens of thousands and flattening neighborhoods with ferocious intensity. Narrow streets and densely packed wooden structures amplified the destructive power, causing massive fires and widespread structural collapse. Survivors described a hellish scene. Buildings disappeared, people were vaporized or burned beyond recognition, and radiation spread silently through the air, invisible yet lethal. The cumulative toll of these two bombings was staggering, with estimates of over 200,000 deaths, many of them civilians, including women, children, and the elderly. Beyond the immediate carnage, the long-term consequences were profound, as radiation-induced illnesses, genetic damage, and psychological trauma manifested for decades. Medical staff struggled to comprehend and treat injuries caused by an unknown form of energy, marking the beginning of nuclear medicine studies. Families were torn apart, and social infrastructure collapsed under the weight of mass death and displacement. The bombings demonstrated the terrifying efficacy of nuclear technology and the staggering moral implications of its use. Humanity now faced a reality in which a single weapon could destroy entire cities within moments. The atomic attacks catalyzed Japan's decision to surrender, bringing the nation to the brink of unconditional capitulation. Emperor Hirohito, witnessing the devastation and fearing further annihilation, intervened decisively to accept the Allied terms outlined in the Potsdam Declaration. The Japanese military, previously resistant to surrender, recognized that conventional defense was now futile against an adversary with nuclear capability. The psychological impact of the bombings reinforced the futility of continued combat, as both soldiers and civilians grasped the new scale of destruction. News of the attacks spread rapidly, shocking populations across Asia and the Western world, and altering perceptions of the war's trajectory. Allied leaders understood that the atomic bomb had decisively reshaped strategic calculations, ending the Pacific conflict far sooner than an invasion might have. The bombings also served as a harbinger of the nuclear age, signaling to the world the destructive potential of human ingenuity harnessed for warfare. Propaganda and public statements emphasized the necessity of ending the war swiftly, portraying the bomb as a tool of liberation and expedience. Debates immediately arose regarding moral justification, civilian targeting, and the precedent set for future conflict. These discussions would reverberate throughout history, framing the narrative of nuclear ethics for generations to come. Hiroshima and Nagasaki became the epicenters of medical, social, and environmental crises following the bombings. Hospitals were overwhelmed with patients suffering from burns, fractures, and acute radiation syndrome, a condition previously unknown to medicine. Doctors improvised treatment protocols, often unable to prevent infection or internal organ failure caused by radioactive exposure. The scarcity of food, clean water, and shelter compounded human suffering, creating an environment of desperation and despair. Social structures disintegrated, with families scattered and survivors struggling to find lost relatives amidst the ruins. Radiation exposure caused delayed illnesses such as leukemia, anemia, and cataracts, haunting survivors for decades. Birth defects appeared in subsequent generations, raising concerns about genetic impact and long-term public health. International medical teams began studying the aftermath, establishing protocols for nuclear disaster response and radiation mitigation. Urban reconstruction faced the dual challenge of rebuilding infrastructure while addressing environmental contamination. The human and ecological consequences of the atomic attacks were unprecedented, forcing the world to confront a new dimension of war's cost. The psychological and cultural impact on survivors and global consciousness was profound. Hibakusha faced social stigma, survivor guilt, and trauma, while their testimonies became central to historical documentation and memory. The visual imagery of mushroom clouds, charred bodies, and ruined landscapes entered global consciousness as symbols of human destructiveness. Literature, art, and cinema grappled with representing the horror, emphasizing both human suffering and moral ambiguity. International debates over deterrence, justification, and morality emerged, shaping the emerging discourse on nuclear policy. Governments recognized the need to control information, prevent proliferation, and manage public perception of nuclear capabilities. Philosophers and ethicists questioned the legitimacy of total war tactics that deliberately targeted civilians, initiating discourse that continues to this day. Survivors became advocates for peace and nuclear disarmament, their voices lending a human perspective to geopolitical strategy. Educational curricula incorporated lessons on the bombings, embedding the events in collective memory and civic consciousness. The attacks fundamentally changed how humanity viewed both the potential and peril of scientific achievement. The atomic bombings also transformed military strategy and global power dynamics. Nuclear capability became the ultimate instrument of deterrence, fundamentally altering calculations of war and peace. The United States emerged as a preeminent military power, its possession of nuclear weapons influencing post-war negotiations, reconstruction, and the onset of the Cold War. Japan's defeat highlighted the decisive impact of technological superiority in modern warfare, reshaping military doctrine worldwide. Military theorists analyzed the implications for urban warfare, civilian targeting, and the ethics of rapid, total destruction. Lessons from Hiroshima and Nagasaki informed civil defense planning, intelligence strategy, and emergency response protocols globally. The sheer speed and scale of destruction demonstrated a paradigm shift in the lethality of war, where a single strike could eclipse years of conventional combat. Allied planners and historians debated whether the bombings were necessary to end the war, or primarily a demonstration of geopolitical dominance. The events became a cautionary tale, underscoring the intersection of innovation, morality, and power in the nuclear age. Humanity now lived under the shadow of weapons capable of instant mass annihilation. Environmental and urban consequences of the bombings were equally staggering. Entire neighborhoods in Hiroshima and Nagasaki were vaporized or ignited in firestorms, leaving long-term radioactive contamination. Soil, water, and air quality were severely compromised, affecting agriculture, habitation, and public health. Reconstruction efforts had to contend not only with physical rebuilding, but also with persistent radiation and social displacement. Urban planning after the war incorporated lessons about shelter, emergency access, and risk mitigation for future disasters. International agencies began monitoring radiation and advocating for safety protocols, laying the foundation for nuclear regulation and disaster management. Flora and fauna suffered widespread destruction, altering local ecosystems and contributing to long-term environmental shifts. The bombings became case studies in nuclear ecology, demonstrating both immediate and generational effects on human and environmental health. Historians and scientists work together to document the interplay between human technology and ecological impact. The bombings offered grim evidence that human conflict could irrevocably alter both society and nature. Cities would eventually rebuild, but the scars of nuclear devastation remained etched in memory and terrain. Finally, Hiroshima and Nagasaki symbolized both the destructive power of humanity and the dawn of a new ethical landscape. The bombings illustrated the capacity of technology to achieve unparalleled devastation, challenging conventional notions of military engagement. They forced the world to confront questions of morality, responsibility, and the limits of acceptable wartime conduct. Survivors' stories, photographs, and historical records continue to educate and warn future generations of the consequences of nuclear warfare. Memorials, museums, and educational programs preserve the memory, emphasizing the imperative of peace and disarmament. The attacks served as a catalyst for international treaties, nuclear non-proliferation efforts, and debates on ethical governance of scientific advancement. They revealed that human innovation, when coupled with ambition and strategic calculation, could both protect and annihilate. The atomic bombings remain a defining moment in human history, marking the transition into the nuclear era. They underscore the enduring tension between technological capability and moral responsibility, a lesson as urgent today as it was in 1945. Hiroshima and Nagasaki stand as solemn reminders of what humanity can achieve and what it must never repeat. On August 15, 1945, Emperor Hirohito delivered a radio broadcast that would forever alter the course of Japanese history. For the first time, the emperor addressed his people directly, acknowledging the unprecedented devastation wrought by the atomic bombings and the futility of continued resistance. His voice, calm yet solemn, conveyed both sorrow and a pragmatic resolve, urging the population to accept surrender in order to save what remained of the nation. Millions of Japanese citizens listened in stunned silence, processing the reality that the war they had been taught to endure and honor had come to an abrupt, devastating end. The broadcast itself was a technological and cultural milestone, demonstrating the power of mass communication in shaping national consciousness. Soldiers across the Pacific received the same message, halting combat operations and returning to a homeland scarred by years of conflict. Despite widespread devastation, many citizens obeyed without rebellion, recognizing the impossibility of further resistance. The emperor framed surrender as a moral duty to preserve life, intertwining obedience with survival in a nation built on centuries of loyalty and tradition. The announcement shattered the myth of invincibility that had sustained the Japanese military and civilian morale. It marked the first step toward Japan's post-war reconstruction and reconciliation with the global community. In the days that followed, formal arrangements for surrender were meticulously prepared, combining military, diplomatic, and symbolic gestures. Japanese officials drafted documents to codify the nation's capitulation, ensuring compliance with Allied demands for disarmament and the cessation of hostilities. Allied representatives, led by General Douglas MacArthur, coordinated logistics for the occupation, setting a precedent for structured post-war governance. The selection of representatives, translators, and ceremonial protocols reflected the gravity of the moment, emphasizing both justice and restoration. Japanese military units were systematically disarmed, and officers ordered to submit, a humbling reversal for a nation built on martial pride. Civilians, meanwhile, began to face the challenges of daily survival amidst destroyed cities, food shortages, and a fragile infrastructure. Communications and transport networks were restored incrementally, allowing occupation authorities to maintain order while distributing aid. The meticulous planning reflected a recognition that the surrender was not merely symbolic, but a practical mechanism to prevent chaos. It also highlighted the careful balance of power, as the Allies sought to assert authority without igniting further resentment. Every action underscored the delicate task of transitioning a nation from wartime devastation to peacetime stability. On September 2nd, 1945, aboard the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay, the formal surrender ceremony took place, cementing the end of hostilities in the Pacific. Japanese dignitaries, including Foreign Minister Mamoru Shigemitsu and General Yoshijiro Yunzo, signed the instrument of surrender in the presence of representatives from the Allied powers. The ceremony was imbued with gravity, attended by military leaders from the United States, China, the United Kingdom, and the Soviet Union, reflecting the multinational dimension of the Pacific conflict. General MacArthur, acting as Supreme Commander for the Allied powers, presided over the proceedings, emphasizing accountability, reconciliation, and the rule of law. The signing of the document symbolized the conclusion of a conflict that had claimed millions of lives and devastated vast swaths of Asia. Flags were lowered, salutes were exchanged, and the cameras immortalized the historic moment, providing visual testimony of global significance. Japanese delegates maintained dignity in defeat, aware that their nation's fate depended on compliance and cooperation. The world watched, understanding that this ceremony represented more than surrender. It was the inception of a radically new international order in the Pacific. Military hardware was catalogued and secured, while occupying forces prepared for the task of disarmament and governance. The surrender solidified the framework for occupation, reconstruction, and the establishment of a lasting peace. Occupation of Japan began almost immediately, with Allied forces implementing sweeping reforms to dismantle militarism and reshape governance. MacArthur and his staff introduced democratic principles, aiming to transform Japan into a pacifist, modern state under constitutional monarchy. The Japanese constitution was rewritten, guaranteeing civil liberties, the renunciation of war, and equality before the law, an unprecedented social and political transformation. Land reforms redistributed property from large landlords to tenant farmers, alleviating rural inequities and fostering economic recovery. Educational reforms emphasized critical thinking, civic responsibility, and global awareness, replacing militaristic indoctrination with democratic values. Industrial production was carefully supervised, ensuring that Japan could rebuild without reviving aggressive military capabilities. Censorship and propaganda were dismantled, while press freedom encouraged public discourse and accountability. Women gained unprecedented legal rights, including suffrage, marking a radical departure from pre-war social hierarchies. The occupation became a complex balance of authority and collaboration, blending external control with internal adaptation. Japanese society faced the dual challenge of accepting defeat while embracing sweeping reforms imposed by a foreign power. Cultural and psychological adjustments accompanied political and economic transformations as citizens grappled with the trauma of war. Communities coped with destroyed homes, missing family members, and pervasive grief, relying on traditional resilience and emerging social support networks. Public ceremonies and memorials helped channel collective mourning, integrating remembrance into daily life while fostering national cohesion. Religious and civic organizations participated in relief efforts, offering food, shelter, and moral guidance to the displaced and destitute. Survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki confronted long-term health issues, while psychological scars required ongoing support and recognition. Newspapers and radio broadcasts chronicled the rebuilding process, shaping public perception of recovery and progress. Education initiatives encouraged reflection on wartime conduct, instilling lessons of peace, responsibility, and international engagement. Art, literature, and cinema captured both devastation and hope, preserving memory while envisioning a future of renewal. These cultural interventions were critical to healing, fostering resilience in the midst of profound loss. They helped lay the foundation for a society capable of navigating post-war challenges with dignity and purpose. Economic reconstruction became central to occupation policy, as restoring livelihoods was essential for stability. Infrastructure projects repaired railways, ports, and communication networks, enabling commerce and mobility. Allied supervision ensured that industrial output was redirected towards civilian needs, including housing, energy, and consumer goods. Food distribution systems were re-established to combat famine and malnutrition, while international aid provided crucial relief. Labor reforms modernized work practices, encouraged unionization, and enhanced productivity, fostering a cooperative workforce. Private enterprise was encouraged within limits, balancing capitalist growth with social stability. The Japanese economy gradually stabilized, creating the conditions for long-term recovery and the eventual economic miracle of the 1950s and 1960s. Trade policies were realigned, integrating Japan into a global market under peaceful terms. These economic measures reflected the interdependence of reconstruction, governance, and social welfare. They were essential to preventing unrest and ensuring that defeat did not precipitate further societal collapse. The surrender and occupation also reshaped Japan's international identity, redefining its relationships with former adversaries. Diplomatic recognition and normalization with the United States, the United Kingdom, and other allied powers facilitated economic and security cooperation. Japan renounced militarism, positioning itself as a pacifist state committed to regional stability and peaceful development. Treaties such as the San Francisco Peace Treaty of 1951 formally ended the state of war, restoring sovereignty while embedding post-war obligations. Cultural exchanges, trade agreements, and educational programs fostered mutual understanding, gradually eroding suspicion and hostility. Japan's role in global institutions, including the United Nations, reflected its integration into the post-war order. Security guarantees, particularly under the US-Japan alliance, provided stability while allowing Japan to focus on reconstruction and modernization. International perception shifted, recognizing Japan as a nation transformed by defeat, yet capable of contributing to peace and prosperity. The surrender catalyzed a reimagining of national identity, balancing historical memory with forward-looking aspirations. It was a testament to the resilience of a society confronted with total war and total destruction. Finally, Japan's surrender marked the culmination of the Pacific War, closing a chapter of extraordinary human suffering and geopolitical upheaval. The cessation of hostilities allowed millions of soldiers and civilians to return to rebuilding lives, mourning losses, and confronting the consequences of total war. Memorials and historical records ensured that the sacrifices and atrocities were remembered, shaping national consciousness and moral reflection. Lessons learned from defeat, occupation, and reconstruction informed international law, conflict resolution, and peacekeeping strategies worldwide. The Pacific Theater's conclusion highlighted the interplay between military force, diplomacy, and moral responsibility in shaping history. Japan emerged from the ruins with a renewed commitment to peace, innovation, and societal cohesion. Allied supervision, while initially intrusive, ultimately facilitated the nation's transformation into a prosperous democratic society. The emperor's role, symbolic yet powerful, underscored continuity amidst profound change. The formal end of the war allowed global attention to pivot toward reconstruction, reconciliation, and the dawn of a post-war world order. Japan's surrender was not merely a cessation of combat, it was the beginning of rebirth, reflection, and the enduring pursuit of peace. In the aftermath of Japan's surrender, the Allied powers faced the monumental task of bringing perpetrators of war crimes to justice, ensuring accountability for atrocities committed across the Pacific. The International Military Tribunal for the Far East, commonly known as the Tokyo Trials, was established to prosecute Japan's political and military leaders for crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Convened in May 1946, the tribunal mirrored the legal principles of the Nuremberg trials in Europe, seeking to codify justice within a framework of international law that had never before been applied on such a scale in Asia. High-ranking officials, including Prime Minister Hideki Tojo, military generals and cabinet ministers, were charged with orchestrating aggressive warfare and overseeing systematic violations of human rights. The charges encompassed the brutal treatment of prisoners of war, the massacres in Nanking, the exploitation of forced labor, and medical experiments conducted on civilians and POWs. Evidence included official documents, eyewitness testimonies, and captured Japanese military records, meticulously compiled by Allied investigators. The tribunal sought to establish that leaders were not above the law, reinforcing the principle that planning and executing atrocities carried individual and collective responsibility. Legal debates arose over jurisdiction, ex post facto application of laws, and the balance between retribution and reconciliation. Observers from around the world watched closely, understanding that the outcomes would shape international justice for decades to come. The proceedings marked a pivotal moment, asserting that war crimes, no matter how distant or culturally contextualized, demanded accountability. The Tokyo trials were conducted over 2.5 years, encompassing 2,000 days of testimony, cross-examination, and deliberation. Prosecutors painstakingly detailed the chain of command, tracing orders from the highest offices in Tokyo down to field commanders executing policies in occupied territories. Witnesses described in harrowing detail the atrocities suffered by civilians and POWs, including executions, starvation, torture, and medical experimentation. Survivors recounted forced labor in mines and factories, the conditions aboard transport ships, and the psychological torment of imprisonment. Japanese defense attorneys argued duress, obedience, and cultural obligation, challenging the tribunal to reconcile moral responsibility with military hierarchy. The judges, representing 11 allied nations, weighed complex questions of intent, legality, and moral culpability while adhering to emerging principles of international law. The proceedings revealed the scale of coordination behind systematic atrocities, exposing bureaucratic and logistical structures designed to perpetuate suffering. Courtroom exhibits included photographs, maps, and documents that graphically illustrated the human cost of imperial ambitions. The trials became a public spectacle, broadcast and reported worldwide, educating populations about the consequences of unchecked militarism. In doing so, they laid the foundation for modern war crimes law and reinforced the imperative of ethical governance during conflict. Beyond Tokyo, numerous lower-level trials were conducted throughout the Pacific, addressing crimes committed in the Philippines, Indonesia, Burma, and other occupied regions. Military commissions prosecuted Japanese officers responsible for local massacres, rapes, and executions, ensuring that accountability extended beyond the top echelons of command. These regional trials involved complex logistical challenges, including language translation, evidence collection, and securing testimony from traumatized survivors. Many defendants attempted to minimize their actions, claiming obedience to superior orders or lack of knowledge regarding broader strategies. Investigators demonstrated that even lower-ranking officials bore moral and legal responsibility for participating in atrocities. Communities affected by the crimes participated in documentation, providing statements and affidavits that humanized the often abstract notion of justice. The combination of international and regional tribunals established a multi-layered approach to accountability, reinforcing the concept that war crimes were prosecutable regardless of rank or location. Sentences ranged from imprisonment to execution, reflecting the severity of crimes and the principle of proportionality in justice. The collective effort underscored a growing global consensus that crimes against humanity demanded recognition and redress. Through these trials, the Pacific Theater's horrors were meticulously recorded, ensuring that memory and precedent would inform future generations. The prosecution of war crimes revealed the extraordinary scale of atrocities committed during the Pacific War, including mass killings, torture, and forced labor. Evidence presented in court detailed atrocities such as the Nanking Massacre, where hundreds of thousands of civilians were executed, raped, and subjected to unimaginable suffering. Medical experiments, including vivisection and chemical exposure, were meticulously documented, exposing the systematic cruelty inflicted under the guise of research. POW camps across Southeast Asia were examined, revealing starvation, physical abuse, and execution practices that contravened international conventions. These revelations shocked the global community and challenged the prevailing narratives of warfare as bounded by honor and protocol. Photographic and written evidence was used to counter claims of ignorance or misinformation, providing incontrovertible documentation of crimes. The tribunal's work reinforced the principle that intentional targeting of civilians or mistreatment of prisoners was an international offense. Lawyers and historians would later rely on these records to analyze patterns of imperial aggression and to teach the moral obligations of military and political leaders. The detailed findings also contributed to the development of post-war humanitarian law, including conventions governing occupation, conduct of war, and protection of civilians. Through this process, the full magnitude of suffering and systematic brutality was officially recognized and memorialized in legal history. The trials raised complex ethical and philosophical questions about justice, victor's law, and the limitations of international tribunals. Critics argued that the Allied powers themselves had conducted acts that could be construed as war crimes, such as the use of atomic bombs, prompting debate over selective prosecution. Legal scholars examined whether ex post facto application of international law could be justified in pursuit of moral accountability. The tribunals also grappled with cultural relativism, questioning whether Japanese traditions of military obedience mitigated individual responsibility. Despite these debates, the proceedings established important precedents. Leaders could not claim immunity for planning or directing systematic atrocities. The trials underscored that moral responsibility extended beyond immediate actions, encompassing the intent and orchestration of crimes. They demonstrated that international law could operate across borders, even amidst vast cultural and political differences. Public and media coverage of the trials fostered awareness of ethical norms in warfare, influencing both contemporary and future military conduct. The tribunals also emphasized documentation, transparency, and procedural fairness, reinforcing legitimacy in the eyes of the global community. Ultimately, the trials balanced retribution with the establishment of enduring legal principles aimed at preventing future atrocities. Documentation collected during the trials formed an unprecedented historical record, serving both legal and educational purposes. Court transcripts, photographs, and artifacts were archived to ensure comprehensive coverage of evidence and testimony. Scholars, journalists, and educators would later rely on these materials to illustrate the realities of the Pacific War and the consequences of unchecked militarism. Survivor narratives were preserved, giving voice to those who had endured the most extreme suffering and validating their experiences. Exhibits showcased atrocities in museums and educational centers, reinforcing public memory and moral reflection. Legal scholars analyzed patterns of command responsibility, contributing to a framework that informs contemporary prosecutions of genocide and war crimes. The meticulous nature of record-keeping highlighted the importance of evidence in pursuing justice, ensuring that claims could not be dismissed or forgotten. These records also helped shape post-war policies on humanitarian intervention, occupation, and reconciliation. By preserving history through documentation, the trials created a bridge between accountability and education, reinforcing the notion that remembrance is integral to justice. They provided a blueprint for confronting atrocities systematically, balancing moral imperatives with procedural rigor. The Tokyo and regional trials also influenced international law and the establishment of mechanisms for future accountability. Principles of command responsibility and crimes against humanity became embedded in subsequent legal frameworks, including the Geneva Conventions and the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. Military officers and political leaders worldwide took note of the personal and professional consequences of orchestrating atrocities. The tribunals demonstrated that international justice could be codified, impartial, and enforceable, even amidst post-war chaos. They reinforced global norms prohibiting civilian targeting, forced labor, and inhumane treatment of prisoners. Legal precedents established during these proceedings would be referenced in conflicts ranging from the Balkans to Rwanda, providing a legal and moral compass. The trials also fostered debate on universal jurisdiction, the limits of national sovereignty, and the obligations of states to prosecute international crimes. Through these mechanisms, the Pacific War's legacy extended beyond historical record, shaping future enforcement of justice on a global scale. The trials signaled to the world that atrocities would not go unpunished, reinforcing the international community's role in upholding law and morality. They created a durable foundation for addressing crimes that transcend borders and generations. Finally, the prosecution of war crimes in the Pacific highlighted the intersection of justice, morality, and historical memory. The trials ensured that survivors' suffering was acknowledged, and that perpetrators were held accountable in a structured and transparent manner. They fostered a collective understanding that atrocities cannot be excused by obedience, nationalism, or expediency. Public engagement with the trials cultivated a global consciousness about ethical warfare, human rights, and the responsibilities of leaders. Memorials, museums, and historical accounts grew from the evidence and testimonies presented during these proceedings. They served not only as tools for justice, but also as instruments for education and reflection, preventing the erasure of memory. The tribunals helped solidify principles that continue to guide international relations, humanitarian law, and conflict resolution. By confronting the past with meticulous rigor, the world established mechanisms to deter future atrocities and promote accountability. The Tokyo trials and related proceedings stand as enduring reminders that justice, though complex and imperfect, is a necessary response to human cruelty. In prosecuting the architects of war crimes, the international community reaffirmed the moral imperative to confront evil, preserve memory, and uphold law. The Pacific War's conclusion left a radically transformed landscape, both politically and economically, as nations grappled with the staggering consequences of conflict. Japan, defeated and devastated, faced occupation under the supreme command of General Douglas MacArthur, whose policies sought to demilitarize, democratize, and reconstruct the nation. Entire industrial sectors lay in ruins. Cities had been leveled by aerial bombardment, and the civilian population faced hunger, disease, and displacement. MacArthur's administration implemented sweeping reforms, including the drafting of a new constitution that renounced war, guaranteed civil liberties, and curtailed imperial authority. Land reforms redistributed property from absentee landlords to tenant farmers, aiming to reduce economic inequality and foster social stability. The occupation also sought to reform the education system, promoting democratic ideals and civic responsibility, while purging militarist ideologies from schools and universities. Allied oversight extended to political, economic, and legal institutions, ensuring that Japan's reconstruction adhered to principles of peace and stability. Beyond Japan, the Pacific region experienced seismic shifts as former colonies and territories navigated newfound independence or transitioned under Western influence. These post-war policies not only reshaped Japanese society, but also set the stage for the strategic alignments of the emerging Cold War era. The geopolitical reconfiguration marked the beginning of a new precarious balance of power in Asia and the Pacific. In parallel, the United States emerged from the war with unprecedented military, economic, and diplomatic influence, positioning itself as the dominant power in the Pacific. American occupation of Japan served both humanitarian and strategic objectives, stabilizing a defeated nation while creating a bulwark against potential Soviet expansion. Bases established across Japan and former Japanese-held territories allowed the US to project power across East Asia, influencing security policies and regional politics. The economic reconstruction of Japan was heavily supported by American investment, technology transfer, and trade policies that aimed to revive industry and stimulate growth. Meanwhile, in China, the conclusion of the war reignited the ongoing civil conflict between nationalists and communists, with the United States supporting Chiang Kai-shek while the Soviet Union backed Mao Zedong's forces. Korea, liberated from Japanese rule, faced division along ideological lines, with the North under Soviet influence and the South under American guidance, setting the stage for decades of tension. Southeast Asia, including Indonesia, the Philippines, and Malaya, witnessed nationalist movements accelerating toward independence, often clashing with returning colonial powers. These shifting allegiances and emerging nation-states created a complex web of political, military, and economic considerations, reflecting both the legacy of war and the imperatives of post-war reconstruction. The Pacific, once dominated by Imperial Japan, became a theater of competing ideologies and strategic interests, where the balance of power was continually renegotiated. This new geopolitical order underscored the profound global impact of the Pacific War beyond immediate destruction and loss. Japan's economy, initially paralyzed by war, gradually transitioned from devastation to remarkable growth under Allied supervision and domestic reforms. Industrial output was rebuilt through targeted investment, technological adoption, and labor mobilization, creating the foundation for what would later be termed the Japanese economic miracle. The government promoted policies encouraging export-led growth, infrastructure development, and modernization of agricultural practices. Trade relations with the United States were central, providing both markets and technical assistance to accelerate industrial recovery. Concurrently, Japanese society experienced cultural and social transformation, as democratic governance and civil liberties gradually replaced authoritarian structures. Labor unions, political parties, and educational institutions began participating actively in public life, contributing to a vibrant, restructured civil society. Economic recovery also mitigated social unrest, reducing the appeal of extremist ideologies that had previously fueled militarism. Rural reforms empowered farmers, redistributed wealth, and enhanced productivity, fostering stability in previously marginalized regions. Women's rights expanded under the new constitution, allowing broader participation in political and economic life, further transforming societal dynamics. Japan's reconstruction thus became a model of combining governance reform, economic planning, and societal modernization to achieve long-term stability. The broader Pacific region experienced similarly transformative shifts as colonial empires weakened and nationalist movements surged. In the Philippines, American-guided reconstruction facilitated independence in 1946, though economic and political structures remained closely tied to US influence. Indonesia declared independence from Dutch rule, initiating armed and diplomatic struggles that culminated in recognition of sovereignty in 1949. Malaya faced a complex transition, balancing colonial administration with growing anti-colonial sentiment, eventually leading to the formation of Malaysia in the 1960s. These emergent states grappled with the dual imperatives of modernization and nation-building, often amid ethnic, religious, and political divisions, exacerbated by wartime upheaval. The decolonization process highlighted the tensions between Western powers seeking to retain influence and indigenous movements asserting self-determination. Japan's prior occupation and wartime actions left lingering animosities, shaping diplomatic priorities and security considerations across the region. Economic reconstruction required international assistance, trade agreements, and access to capital and technology, further intertwining these new nations with global power structures. Political instability in some regions prompted the creation of security alliances and regional forums, laying the groundwork for modern international relations. The post-war Pacific became a complex mosaic of emergent states, former colonies, and occupation zones, each navigating sovereignty, security, and development challenges. These shifts underscored the enduring consequences of wartime policies and strategic decisions on regional stability and global geopolitics. The onset of the Cold War dramatically influenced post-war policies and alliances in the Pacific. The United States and the Soviet Union, emerging as superpowers, competed for influence over Japan, Korea, China, and Southeast Asia. In Japan, American presence and oversight effectively integrated the country into the Western Bloc, while Soviet influence in Northern Korea and parts of China intensified ideological confrontation. The division of Korea into North and South reflected not only wartime outcomes, but also the emerging geopolitical fault lines between communism and democracy. In China, the Civil War concluded with the establishment of the People's Republic under Mao Zedong in 1949, signaling the spread of communist ideology in East Asia. These developments triggered a strategic recalibration, with the US emphasizing alliances, bases, and military readiness to contain perceived threats. Regional conflicts, including border disputes and insurgencies, became proxies for larger ideological struggles. Military planning, foreign aid, and diplomatic engagement were increasingly informed by Cold War imperatives rather than local concerns alone. The Pacific theater, once defined by imperial ambition, transformed into a chessboard of superpower influence and emerging national interests. Geopolitical decisions made in the immediate post-war years thus had profound, long-lasting ramifications for security, diplomacy, and regional stability. Japan's occupation policies were not limited to political and economic reform. They also sought to address societal transformation and moral reconstruction. War crimes trials, public accountability measures, and demilitarization initiatives underscored the moral dimension of occupation, reinforcing the link between justice and sustainable peace. Educational reforms emphasized democratic values, civic responsibility, and critical engagement with Japan's militarist past. Media and cultural institutions were guided to promote tolerance, peace, and international awareness, reflecting the occupation's broader objectives beyond mere governance. These measures faced resistance, both subtle and overt, from elements of Japanese society attached to traditional hierarchies and imperial culture. Nevertheless, the combination of legal, cultural, and political reforms gradually reshaped public consciousness. Civic participation, labor rights, and gender equality gained traction, providing the social foundations for Japan's post-war democracy. By fostering a moral as well as structural transformation, occupation policies contributed to long-term stability and reduced the likelihood of resurgence in militarism. These efforts demonstrated the interconnectedness of governance, societal values, and geopolitical strategy in post-war reconstruction. Ultimately, occupation became a mechanism not only for stability, but for the cultivation of a resilient modern state. Economic reconstruction across Asia relied heavily on international aid, investment, and trade realignment, reshaping regional economies. Japan's revival was mirrored by targeted reconstruction programs in the Philippines, Burma, and other liberated territories, each adapted to local conditions and strategic priorities. The United States leveraged its industrial capacity to supply capital, machinery, and expertise, facilitating rapid recovery while extending its influence. Infrastructure projects, including ports, railways, and energy systems, became pivotal to sustaining economic growth and integrating regional markets. These efforts were complemented by educational and technical training programs to rebuild skilled workforces decimated by wartime losses. Economic policies were often entwined with security considerations, ensuring that reconstruction supported political stability and allegiance to the Western Bloc. The rapid industrialization and modernization of Japan, coupled with selective support for emerging nations, created a dynamic, interconnected Pacific economy. Trade networks, investment flows, and labor mobility began shaping a regional framework that would underpin prosperity and strategic collaboration. This integration illustrated the dual role of economic planning in recovery and geopolitical influence. The post-war Pacific thus became a laboratory for testing the interplay of reconstruction, development, and power projection. Finally, the post-war Pacific order underscored the fragility and promise of geopolitical realignment. Occupation policies, economic reconstruction, and the emergence of independent states created a delicate balance of power, wherein former adversaries became partners or competitors within new frameworks. Cold War tensions, national sovereignty, and regional security concerns intertwined, influencing diplomacy, military posture, and alliance structures for decades. Japan's transformation from aggressor to partner demonstrated the potential for reconciliation, structural reform, and economic recovery to redefine strategic relationships. Similarly, the independence movements in Southeast Asia and the Pacific illustrated the dynamic interplay between self-determination and external influence. Security alliances, trade networks, and cultural exchanges became mechanisms for stabilizing a region scarred by years of conflict. The geopolitical legacy of the Pacific War extended far beyond immediate post-war recovery, shaping regional and global politics throughout the second half of the 20th century. Through careful management of occupation, reconstruction, and diplomacy, the Allies sought to convert devastation into a foundation for enduring peace. Yet the shadow of wartime trauma, ideological conflict, and emerging superpower rivalry ensured that this new order remained contested and contingent. The post-war Pacific thus stands as a testament to the complex, multifaceted consequences of war, diplomacy, and reconstruction. The conclusion of the Pacific War left an indelible mark on the collective consciousness of nations, shaping how societies remember, commemorate, and learn from the unprecedented devastation. Across Japan, the United States, and former occupied territories, memorials and monuments were erected to honor the lives lost, both civilian and military, serving as tangible reminders of the human cost of conflict. Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the epicenters of nuclear destruction, became focal points for remembrance ceremonies, peace museums, and international dialogues, offering powerful testimonies to the horrors of atomic warfare. Survivor accounts, diaries, and oral histories were meticulously collected, providing future generations with first-hand perspectives on suffering, resilience, and moral reflection. Educational initiatives integrated these testimonies into curricula, emphasizing the catastrophic consequences of militarism, ideological extremism, and unrestrained aggression. Across Southeast Asia, communities commemorated massacres, forced labor, and civilian suffering, ensuring that the stories of those caught between warring powers were neither forgotten nor marginalized. International organizations, including the United Nations, promoted conventions and treaties to prevent similar atrocities, linking historical memory to proactive measures for peace. Public ceremonies, annual memorials, and storytelling became instruments of both remembrance and moral instruction, fostering a culture of reflection and ethical responsibility. These collective acts of memory created spaces where grief, acknowledgement, and reconciliation intersected, allowing nations to confront uncomfortable truths while seeking pathways to coexistence. Ultimately, memory became both a moral compass and a societal safeguard, ensuring that lessons of war endured beyond the immediate post-war generation. Reconciliation processes emerged as nations sought to move beyond enmity, while acknowledging historical wrongs, forging complex and often fragile diplomatic ties. Japan engaged in extensive apologies, reparations, and cultural exchanges with neighboring countries, attempting to atone for wartime atrocities while navigating nationalist sentiment at home. Formal treaties, such as the San Francisco Peace Treaty of 1951, codified post-war borders, reparations, and legal frameworks, establishing the foundation for regional stability. In the Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaya, reconciliation involved negotiating sovereignty, addressing wartime grievances, and integrating former collaborators into new political structures. These processes often required confronting painful truths, acknowledging civilian suffering, and addressing the legacies of forced labor, massacres, and occupation policies. Survivor networks and civil society organizations played critical roles in promoting dialogue, bridging historical divides, and preserving memory through publications, exhibitions, and conferences. Veterans associations and peace committees contributed to understanding the shared trauma experienced across conflicting populations, highlighting the human cost beyond military statistics. Cultural initiatives, including literature, film, and visual arts, explored wartime experiences, allowing societies to grapple with guilt, heroism, and moral ambiguity. Education and public awareness campaigns reinforced reconciliation by contextualizing historical events, fostering empathy, and discouraging revisionism. Through these multifaceted efforts, reconciliation became an ongoing dynamic process, balancing remembrance, justice, and forward-looking cooperation. Educational institutions emerged as central pillars in transmitting the lessons of the Pacific War, ensuring that younger generations understood both historical facts and moral imperatives. Curricula incorporated detailed studies of battles, occupation policies, civilian suffering, and the ethical dilemmas surrounding the use of nuclear weapons. Schools emphasized critical thinking, encouraging students to analyze causes, consequences, and human choices that shaped wartime behavior. History textbooks, enriched with survivor testimonies and archival documents, highlighted the interplay between military strategy, diplomacy, and human experience. Field trips to museums, preserved battlefields, and memorials allowed students to engage with history in visceral, tangible ways, bridging temporal distance. Educators stressed the importance of recognizing propaganda, ideological manipulation, and dehumanization, drawing connections to contemporary challenges in civic responsibility. Cross-national educational programs fostered dialogue between former adversaries, building mutual understanding and empathy. Universities conducted research into wartime economics, societal impact, and technological innovation, providing nuanced insights into both the strategic and human dimensions of conflict. Public lectures and seminars extended this knowledge to broader communities, ensuring that memory was shared beyond classroom walls. In these ways, education became both a repository of knowledge and a preventative tool, equipping societies to resist repetition of past horrors. Memorials and museums served as powerful visual embodiments of remembrance, combining historical documentation with emotional resonance. In Hiroshima, the Peace Memorial Park and Atomic Bomb Dome preserved ruins alongside reflective spaces, conveying both destruction and resilience. Nagasaki's Peace Park and Museum highlighted civilian suffering, survivor stories, and global campaigns for nuclear disarmament. Across the Pacific, former battle sites, cemeteries, and reconstructed towns commemorated lives lost in the Philippines, Solomon Islands, Okinawa, and Iwo Jima. Exhibits featured artifacts ranging from personal belongings to military equipment, illustrating both individual human stories and broader wartime narratives. Interactive displays and multimedia installations engaged visitors, fostering emotional and cognitive connections to the past. Many memorials included spaces for reflection, encouraging visitors to meditate on moral responsibility, peace, and reconciliation. International collaborations facilitated the sharing of materials, research, and survivor testimonies, enhancing global awareness of Pacific War history. Cultural ceremonies, annual commemorations, and survivor-led events reinforced the ongoing relevance of these sites. The design of memorials often juxtaposed devastation with hope, emphasizing the capacity for recovery, reconciliation, and peace. Through these institutions, memory became tangible, accessible, and instructive, embedding the past within public consciousness. Peace movements and anti-war advocacy emerged directly from the lessons of the Pacific War, channeling historical memory into action. Japanese peace organizations campaigned for nuclear disarmament, arms control, and the elimination of militarist ideologies from public policy. Survivor testimonies fueled international conferences and campaigns, highlighting the human consequences of military escalation and technological warfare. Grassroots movements encouraged cross-cultural dialogue, exchange programs, and collaborative memorial projects, fostering empathy across former adversaries. In the United States, civic organizations promoted educational initiatives, commemoration, and support for survivors, connecting domestic memory with global responsibility. Global institutions, including the United Nations, leveraged the lessons of Hiroshima and Nagasaki to advocate for international treaties restricting nuclear proliferation. Cultural and artistic endeavors amplified these messages, from films documenting survivor experiences to literature exploring ethical dilemmas in war. Advocacy groups also targeted youth engagement, emphasizing critical thinking, moral reflection, and civic responsibility. Public demonstrations, peace walks, and symbolic gestures like paper cranes in Japan reinforced the link between remembrance and proactive peace-building. These movements ensured that the horrors of war became catalysts for moral and political action, bridging memory with advocacy. By transforming grief and reflection into purposeful action, societies sought to prevent repetition of catastrophic conflict. Survivor testimonies remained central to the narrative of memory, providing intimate human perspectives that transcend statistics and strategy. Personal diaries, memoirs, and oral histories captured the fear, courage, and resilience of those who endured atomic attacks, brutal occupations, and battlefield suffering. These accounts revealed the complexity of human experience, including moments of compassion, defiance, and moral ambiguity amid extreme adversity. Oral history projects and video recordings preserved voices that might otherwise be lost to time, creating an enduring link between past and present. Survivors' engagement in public lectures, school programs, and international forums allowed first-hand transmission of knowledge and moral lessons. Their stories emphasized not only suffering, but also survival, adaptation, and the ethical choices made under duress. By centering human experience, these testimonies humanized historical events, countering abstraction and fostering empathy. Memorial museums integrated these accounts into exhibitions, providing narrative depth alongside artifacts and photographs. Testimonies also served as a bulwark against denial, revisionism, and historical erasure. In capturing the personal dimensions of war, survivor voices ensured that memory remained vivid, authentic, and morally instructive. The process of reconciliation was deeply intertwined with acknowledgement and apology, forming the basis for healing between nations and communities. Japan's efforts to confront its wartime past, though often fraught with political controversy, included formal statements of regret, reparations to affected nations, and educational initiatives within schools. Former adversaries, including the United States and Australia, participated in dialogues, joint memorials, and cultural exchanges, fostering trust and cooperation. Reconciliation extended to grassroots initiatives, where local communities shared experiences, commemorated victims, and collaborated on peace education programs. These efforts often addressed the legacies of occupation, forced labor, and civilian suffering, promoting moral responsibility alongside diplomatic rapprochement. Historical commissions, joint research projects, and collaborative museums provided platforms for shared understanding and critical examination. Reconciliation emphasized that peace is not merely the absence of conflict, but the active cultivation of trust, empathy, and justice. It acknowledged the intergenerational transmission of trauma while seeking pathways for collective healing. By fostering dialogue, education, and cultural exchange, reconciliation transformed historical memory into a tool for sustaining peace. This approach underscored that remembrance and reconciliation are mutually reinforcing pillars of post-war moral and political order. Finally, the enduring lessons of the Pacific War extend beyond history into contemporary moral and strategic reflection. Nuclear weapons, total war, and civilian targeting left legacies that continue to shape global security, diplomacy, and ethical debate. The Pacific experience underscores the imperative of vigilance against militarism, unchecked nationalism, and ideological extremism. Education, commemoration, and survivor engagement serve as active safeguards, transmitting knowledge and moral responsibility across generations. Memorials, museums, and peace initiatives create both spaces for reflection and instruments for action, embedding historical memory within civic life. Nations continue to navigate the balance between remembrance, reconciliation, and forward-looking policy, ensuring that lessons of destruction inform future decision-making. International law, treaties, and conventions emerge directly from wartime experience, emphasizing accountability, human rights, and the prevention of mass atrocities. Cross-cultural dialogue and collaborative projects foster empathy and mutual understanding, reducing the likelihood of renewed conflict. By integrating memory with education, justice, and advocacy, societies can convert the horrors of the past into enduring lessons for peace. The Pacific War's legacy thus persists not only in history books, but in the ongoing moral, political, and cultural commitments of nations and peoples worldwide.